The Chicago Bulls have dominated the NBA in this decade. Familiar images evoke vivid memories of their 4 championships in a span of 6 years. In 1991, the Bulls showed they had some magic of their own and captured their first title. The following year, Michael Jordan's greatness surprised even him. In 1993, the Bulls became the first team to win 3 straight titles in nearly 30 years. And a year ago, Jordan led the Bulls to a record 72-win season and embraced another NBA title. Michael Jordan is now in the hunt for number 5. The Utah Jazz have never played in the NBA Finals. In 12 years together, John Stockton and Karl Malone have won over 600 games, but never the big one. That changed on Thursday night when Stockton and Malone combined to write a storybook finish, bringing the elusive dream of an NBA Finals to reality. Now these two teams embark on a journey toward a goal that only one of them will reach. The NBA Finals begin tonight.
This is the NBA on NBC. The 1997 NBA Finals. Tonight, it's Game 1. The Utah Jazz versus the Chicago Bulls.
Go! The quest has begun for the Chicago Bulls as they gun for their 5th championship the past 7 years. For the Utah Jazz, it is their first trip to the finals in the history of the franchise. And we welcome you. Hi, everybody. I'm Marv Albert, along with Matt Guokas and Bill Walton. This is a meeting of the 2 teams with the best records in the NBA during the course of the regular season. The Chicago Bulls ripping through with 69 wins, although they certainly have their ups and downs. And then come postseason, although, Matt, the record shows 11 wins and 2 defeats. They were not on track right throughout. They had some problems in the postseason.
Well, that's the amazing thing about this Chicago team. They still have not played their best basketball. But here are some factors why they can win their 5th NBA championship. It's not just the triangle offense, but their ability to score off opponents' mistakes. And then it's second shots, led by Dennis Rodman. They defend so well with their experience and quickness, and they have taken advantage on this home court over the last 2 years, winning 17 of 18. And let's not forget Michael Jordan. His shooting has been streaky lately, but he makes up for it defensively and on the board. And it's hard to go against Michael Jordan and home court advantage, but with a subpar Scottie Pippen, I think Utah has an excellent chance to grab one of these first 2 games.
And Bill, for the Utah Jazz, it was a franchise record 64 victory season. They run through the playoffs in magnificent fashion. And here they are all set up. It's a genuine shot for Karl Malone and John Stockton.
Marv, a perfect season for Utah, but you don't get to this stage without absolutely an MVP player. And that has been Karl Malone throughout this season, start to finish. He is the game's best runner, the game's best shooter for the big man. He's the game's best passing big man. He's got the complete arsenal. He's their go-to guy. He will have the ball early, often, wherever down low. And then there's John Stockton. He's the little man out in front, the quiet guy, but this guy is deceptively tough. He does it all. He's become much more of a scorer lately. He does, though, whatever is needed. Big thing for Utah is that they have to realize that their game, great as it is, that's enough. They don't have to do anything special. Just play the way Utah always plays. They'll be right there, Marv.
All right, so coming up, it is Game 1 of the NBA Finals. The best of 7 about to get underway. When we come back in a moment, the always unique introduction of the starting lineups here in Chicago.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Romaine. Want to spend a few days with me at the next Sports Illustrated swimsuit shoot?
You could make a difference here. Because where I work, it's really hot. So if I get thirsty, you could get me something to drink. It's also really sandy. And maybe you could help me with my different swimsuits.
Nothing to do this fall? You could win a trip to the next Sports Illustrated swimsuit shoot. Apply where you buy Miller Lite.
These are the shoes that make athletes out of mere mortals. The shoes that make men fly. And these are the insoles that give them better cushioning and shock absorption. So replace your old insoles with Dr. Scholl's Sport Insoles. Make your shoes feel like new.
Today, you can be almost anywhere and buy almost anything without cash, without a check. Because today, there are credit cards, debit cards, and smart cards from MasterCard. The future of money.
What now?
You're using the wrong tool. Ford F-Series with the world's only standard third door. And available new 5.4-liter Triton V8 for even more torque and horsepower.
Now you got all your holes dug, huh?
The new Ford F-Series, built Ford tough.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Miller Lite, who reminds you that anything can happen at Miller time. By the Ford F-150, strength after strength after strength. And by Gatorade Thirst Quencher. You don't have to live thirsty. Life is a sport. Drink it up.
A 58-degree cloudy day in the Windy City, early evening in Chicago. And as always, we are joined by double coverage on the sideline. Ahmad Rashad and Jim Gray. Let's start with Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Mark. Now, Matt had mentioned in the open that the Chicago Bulls had not played their best basketball, and that is the center of concern for Michael Jordan. He told me that they have been very inconsistent offensively. He said they have made it through the playoffs to this point, playing well in bits and spurts, but he realizes that is not what it's going to take to get them past this Utah team. Now, in terms of Scottie Pippen has a soft tissue injury on his left foot, and he says he's going to warm up and see how it feels, and it'll be a game-time decision whether or not he will start. All right, let's go down to Jim.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. Well, I spoke to Karl Malone, and he told his team that being here is not enough. They expect and want to very badly win the championship. He told his teammates, hey, guys, we cannot be in awe of the Bulls. We cannot stand around and watch the Michael Jordan show. If we do, we're going to get blown out. He went on to tell me that they must match the intensity and not get rattled here in the United Center. He also said that we're a lot like the Green Bay Packers, old-fashioned from a small town. We're just going to come out and earn this thing. And finally, he said, hey, everybody's talking about the Chicago Bulls, but they've got to pay attention to us. We've got some great players, and I like our chances. Mark?
All right, thank you, Jim. And we're now set for the introduction of the lineups. And let's join in with the magic tones of the voice of the public address here at the United Center, Ray Clay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The Chicago Bulls welcome the world's greatest fans to the United Center and the 1997 NBA Finals. Tonight, Game 1 of the NBA Finals is between the Utah Jazz and your Chicago Bulls. Now, let's meet tonight's starting lineup. First for the visiting Utah Jazz, at one forward from Long Beach State, 6'7", Brian Russell. And the other forward, 6'9", from Louisiana Tech, Karl Malone. At center, 7'2", out of Kansas, Greg Ostertag. At one guard, 6'1", from Gonzaga, John Stockton. And the other guard from Iowa State, 6'4", Jeff Hornacek. The Utah Jazz are coached by Jerry Sloan.
Well, as you heard in the introduction of the lineup, Scottie Pippen, was a question mark, is in the Chicago starting five, still feeling pain from the soft tissue injury in the bottom of his left foot, but he will give it a shot. Right now we have a special announcement. We'll rejoin the public address announcer, Ray Clay.
Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to center court. We are honored to have with us tonight one of the world's greatest living sports heroes and a national treasure. Please join us now in paying tribute to and welcoming the greatest heavyweight champion of all time, Mr. Muhammad Ali.
Well, the chant from this capacity crowd for Muhammad Ali is reminiscent of his emotional appearance at the Atlanta Olympic Games this past summer. You know, guys, maybe the only athlete in the world more famous, better known than Michael Jordan is that man, Muhammad Ali.
And Michael Jordan, Marv, spent time with Muhammad Ali for the first time in their lives. They got together behind the scenes in one of the locker rooms. It was a very moving moment today for Michael and Muhammad.
So we saw Muhammad Ali at the gold medal game in Atlanta in this summer's Olympics, and you got the feeling that every player was looking for a photo opportunity, wanting just to be next to him and shake his hand and be a part of that ceremony.
The officials, Bill Oakes, Dan Crawford, Ed T. Rush. Let's keep an eye on Michael Jordan. Will he shake hands with Karl Malone? You recall the last game of the series between Chicago and Miami. Yeah, there it is. All right. No question about it here. Little touch between Jordan and Malone. It was not the Alonzo Mourning treatment. Game one of this best of seven NBA final. Rick Ostertag and Luke Longley on the opening tip, and it was controlled by the Bulls. Scottie Pippen picked up by Brian Russell, and Michael Jordan being played by Jeff Hornacek. Goes to the post up and rebounded by Russell.
Well, no surprise that they would go inside to Michael, and I think Utah can live with him taking the jump shots at least to start.
Beautiful pass.
Yes, Karl Malone with the nice lead for John Stockton.
That's exactly the type of ball that Utah has to play, forcing the Bulls back underneath the basket. Great change of pace cut by Stockton.
And Longley had it knocked away. Russell with the save, and he called for the 22nd timeout.
I think that's a wasted timeout there by Utah. Too early to be calling timeout just for a single possession.
All right, earlier we talked with Michael Jordan on a number of subjects, one of which, will he use the extra motivation in Karl Malone winning the most valuable player, beating out Michael? Will that be used for this series?
I think that's something that Karl's earned. And, you know, people could easily say Michael Jordan's MVP this year, but they didn't. And to have animosity or any type of jealousy or use that individual accolade to motivate myself, I don't really want to. I think the motivation that I have is that, you know, we've been to the final 4 times and we've 4 straight. We're in 4 out of 4. This is the 5th time we're going to make it 5 out of 5. That's where my motivation comes. It's not individualistic to where I'm trying to prove something about the MVP. You know, I love to win, even if I'm not MVP.
Karl Malone, very aggressive offensively. Michael Jordan, the gracious competitor, maybe the most gracious of our time. But that does sting a little bit. He had a chance, a realistic chance of catching Jabbar at 6 MVPs.
All right, here's Jordan. So the Jazz up by the score of 4-2.
Well, so far, Utah has Michael taking the jump shot, fading away with John Stockton coming down to double.
Chicago's got Luke Longley guarding Karl Malone. That's going to keep Dennis Rodman out of foul trouble and allow him to sweep the defensive boards.
Yesterday, Karl Malone said he felt that he was borrowing the MVP trophy. He'd like to borrow one of the rings, one of those championship rings that is owned by Jordan. Jeff Hornacek, a Chicago area product being played by Michael Jordan. Malone now being taken by Longley. And here the early going. Phil Jackson is providing a number of looks on Karl Malone. The officials confer with each other. And the outside official, Dan Crawford, said last touch by Utah.
Well, in many cases, it's going to be difficult for Dennis Rodman to get back in transition with Karl Malone because Karl runs the floor so hard and Dennis goes to the offensive board.
And that a traveling violation.
Terrible start for Chicago. They look incredibly sluggish. Utah sharp. I think Karl Malone, when he gets Longley on him, can turn and face and get whatever he wants.
Well, in recent games, there have been very few periods of high-quality basketball played by the Chicago Bulls.
Not where I've been, out in the West.
A three-point shot is deflected to the crowd. Of course, you have not seen Eastern basketball in a while, Bill.
We do have television out there, Mark.
I think Chicago would be very happy for Karl Malone to take Luke Longley away from the basket and just shoot jumpers and not get people in foul trouble.
And again, Jordan to the post-up. Michael Jordan coming into tonight 20 for his last 66 over the last 2 games, which is very poor shooting at 30%. And both clubs having their difficulties at the start. The Jazz with a 4-2 lead. Luke Longley comes off a strong game against Miami.
Well, I was just about to say, the reason both teams struggling, they're settling for jump shots. That time a little transition and a nice finish by Longley.
Oh, Stockton got the step. He took Hopper off the dribble.
And one of the rare times we'll see Michael Jordan make a defensive error on the weak side. Turned his back, never saw the ball.
Utah by 2. We're just underway at the United Center in Chicago. Pippen passed on the 3. And a 3-second violation.
Well, the big men trying to get offensive rebounding positions on the shot they thought Scottie Pippen was going to take. Standing straight up is Ron Harper, and that's death against John Stockton. Too quick off the dribble. You're right, Bill. Michael Jordan looking the wrong way.
And very early 3 turnovers committed by the Bulls.
What a pass.
Oh, Malone, he saw Hornacek cutting inside and was able to find him. The Jazz 8 and the Bulls 4. Pippen for 3. Rebound handled by Ostertag.
That was just a quick jumper by Scottie Pippen to see what it would feel like. Dennis Rodman didn't even cross midcourt on the play.
Great start for Utah. Just keep playing this game. Karl's got to catch that pass, though. I mean, that's a player like John Stockton, who is the quickest decision maker in basketball, and I think that includes Michael Jordan. He's going to put that ball right in the money.
So that's the first turnover committed by Utah. Timeout called. 7:25 to go.
The NBA Finals continue. Game 2, Wednesday at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on NBC.
Did you see the look on his face? Hey, here comes another one. Come to Papa. Wait, not a Ford Contour. That thing's got more moves than a cat. What do they think we are, Greyhounds?
Test drive the newly restyled Ford Contour. One drive will surprise you.
Hey. You guys up for a little Italian?
Now, get 1.9% APR financing for 48 months on Ford Contour.
I like cheese.
This is my quarter pounder with cheese. There's cheese in there? 2 slices of melted cheese. This is a classic.
Roll up your sleeve. Don't mess with me when I'm eating kind of burger. And this is a my size meal.
My size.
Your size.
Any size. Right now, buy any size fry and any size drink, whatever size is right for you. And get 1 McDonald's quarter pounder with cheese for just 55 cents as part of a My Size meal. It's about giving people what they want.
This is my McDonald's.
I've missed more than 9,000 shots in my career. I've
I've lost almost 300 games. 26 times I've been trusted to take the game-winning shot and missed. I've failed over and over and over again in my life. And that is why I succeed.
This is...
What do you get when some really small group of people gather in some tiny, sweaty little club to see some incredibly huge band, but nobody knows who it is until the second they hit the stage? The Miller Genuine Draft Blind Date. Small clubs, large bands, big mystery. Explore the unknown.
Anytime the ball goes into the post to Karl Malone, Utah will either look to split or cut from the weak side. But Michael Jordan, for the second time, has his head turned, and Jeff Hornacek is going to take advantage with Michael Jordan not alert on the weak side. As Karl Malone now with 2 assists, and this is where he has really improved his game.
You always want to attack a great offensive scorer, but it's Karl Malone who runs the floor perfectly, fights as a warrior in the low post, taking more jump shots lately. As a defender, he never goes up. He's always playing down low. The key against Karl is to try to keep him out of the middle and force him into that turnaround jumper.
And the Bulls have scored on only 2 of their first 9 possessions. Michael Jordan adding to that percentile. The Jazz 8 and the Bulls 6.
But in all 5 of their misses, the Jazz have got the defensive rebound, and that battle of the boards critical. Rodman, 0 rebounds on the evening.
Stockton with the lead for Ostertag, but he lost the grip. Phil Jackson wanted a traveling violation.
Ostertag has to tear the basket down there. This is the finals.
Hornacek went to the fadeaway. Ostertag with the rebound.
Well, it's been exclusively Michael Jordan looking to score. Scottie Pippen is out there, but just floating, not really into the flow yet.
Team basketball again. Great block, Scottie Pippen.
Pippen with the recovery to stop Stockton. Here's Harper with room. And again, it's Ostertag.
Marv, Utah defensively is not double teaming, even on Jordan. They've got the whole concept of team beats individual. It works against everybody else they played this year.
And Karl Malone able to keep it alive. Along with Ostertag and Russell up front. Hornacek, Stockton in the backcourt. Longley got a piece of it. The block by Longley on Malone.
Quiet crowd here in Chicago.
Well, that's usually been the tone at the start. Foul on Hornacek.
1 possession back when Scottie makes the great extension. Remember, he's dragging that leg a little bit. You see the grimace. This is the first exercise Scottie has had since the closeout game against Miami, when he only played 7 minutes.
And the first foul committed by either team. 5:45 left in the first. Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen played only 7 minutes, game 5 against Miami here on Wednesday night. The injury called not serious, but very painful.
When you have that kind of injury, it's a little bit easier to play offense because you know where you're going. But on defense, when you have to react, that's when it'll sting you.
Here's Malone.
No box.
Russell. And he drew the foul. Karl Malone is now 1 of 6 from the field. Scottie Pippen is called on this foul.
Marv, you say not serious. That's because it's not on your foot. Scottie Pippen.
That is always a consideration, it should be pointed out.
Scottie Pippen able to deliver the jump, but you can see him standing favoring one leg. Not a good sign long-term for Chicago in this series.
Well, what I thought was going to be such a big factor in this game, one, was for Chicago to come out just firing defensively as they did in the clincher against Miami last Wednesday. But with both Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen falling asleep on defense as they had, it hasn't occurred yet.
Utah 10, Chicago 8. As we come up on 5 minutes to go in the first. Jordan lost it, but got it back to Longley. And the Bulls very fortunate. Michael was able to deflect it back to Luke Longley. The game tied at 10. Utah's missed its last 6 shots. Longley trying to front Malone, who was able to beat it, but not able to hit. Ostertag with the tip will not count.
Karl Malone has missed some easy shots. They can't get frustrated with that. That happened to him during the road games in the Western Conference. But Utah has been out great in front of every team, every game with the exception of the Karl Malone 2 for 20 game. Utah very happy with this start.
Foul on Ostertag. Steve Kerr has come on, replacing Ron Hoffer. The game is tied at 10 with 4.5 to go. First quarter, the pass intended by Pippen. Intended to Pippen. And here's Hornacek getting it down. Russell for 3. Rebounded by Malone. He's been off. 1 of 8 from the field for Karl Malone.
Mark, these two teams rarely play against each other, just 2 times a year. Karl is offensive foul here, whistled against the Bulls. But Karl Malone, he has to find out the defensive range of Luke Longley, Scottie Pippen, and Dennis Rodman. Here's Karl with a great offensive rebound. Not really sure if Longley can get off the ground. I'm not sure either.
Scottie Pippen was called for that foul, his second, and he'll take a seat. Tony Kukoc, who has struggled because of the leg injury, has checked in for the first time, and Howard Eisley, the 3-year man from Boston College, has come on. Foul is called on Ostertag, offensive foul. That is his second.
And Luke Longley hasn't had to get off the ground yet because Karl Malone is not making him work. I think he's got to step outside, face up, either take the jump shot if he has it, or beat Luke Longley off the dribble. And on the clock substitution by Utah, Jerry Sloan always taking John Stockton out on that first stoppage of play after 6 minutes. Phil Jackson taking advantage to get Steve Kerr into the ball game to get a perimeter threat.
And both Phil Jackson and Jerry Sloan doing some shuffling. Judd Bushler has come on, as has Greg Foster for Utah, with just under 4 minutes remaining in this first quarter. As Rodman, who has been very offensive-minded the last couple of games. Utah's missed its last 9 shots, 4 of 18 from the field. Rodman now defending against Malone. Malone, yes, only his second field goal.
Probably one of the reasons why Phil Jackson wanted to keep Rodman off. Has trouble defending in the post against a player like Malone. Dennis is almost better off playing a big guy like Shaquille O'Neal. He just does not play power forwards that well.
Open shot for Kukoc. With a 3-pointer, and the Bulls lead by 1.
How important is that for Chicago with Scottie Pippen struggling? The Bulls are going to need an all-around game from Tony Kukoc.
Eisley gets it out to Malone. Rodman reaching for that rebound. That's his second board.
Nice denial of the outlet pass by Brian Russell, forcing Kukoc to walk it up.
The basketball count whistle against Utah, and the foul is charged to Greg Foster. 2 minutes and 42 seconds to go in this first quarter. A look at Malone posting up on Rodman. And for Karl Malone, a rare bucket. He struggled, only 2 of 10 from the field in this first quarter.
Tony Kukoc comes right back with a very strong, long bomb to put the Chicago Bulls up early.
You're all-stars, performing all-star feats. They're the reason we make Ford Windstar with over 40 standard safety features. In fact, Windstar is the only minivan to earn 5 stars, the highest possible rating in government crash tests. A pretty spectacular feat in itself. Don't your all-stars deserve Ford Windstar? Created for the most important people in the world.
Michael Jordan on Life. Life is being judged every night on the highest court. It's standing up to competition and thirsting for more. Sometimes life is an easy layup. Unless, of course, you can dunk. Life is about winning. Life is about loss. Life is knowing the toughest competition you ever face is yourself. Life is a sport.
Go where you wanna go. Leave the boundaries far behind you.
Introducing the all-new Goodyear Eagle F1 with racing-inspired dual aqua channels that sweep water away for serious traction in the wet, especially in braking. The new ultra-high-performance Goodyear Eagle F1.
Serious freedom. Goodyear, Goodyear.
In good times and bad, for better, for worse, for richer, for poorer, for auto, for home, for life insurance. It's reassuring to know there's someone you can talk to, someone who knows life is full of surprises and can help you prepare for them. Being in good hands is the only place to be.
Jordan, Pippen, Malone, Danza. Only one will have a show on NBC this fall. I think that's enough said. Tony Danza, this fall on NBC.
Ahmad Rashad back in Chicago. Now, the big story going in this game was Scottie Pippen's left foot. He did play some in the first quarter, and then he has been on the bench. I just talked to him a moment ago. He said he's in extreme pain. He really can't push off on the left foot. I asked him, was he going to continue to play? He said he wants to. It's whether or not they'll let him play. Mark?
Artemani played the first 5 minutes, 1 of 2 from the field. His absence, obviously a major loss. Many ways, he has been the Bulls' most valuable player of the postseason. Tony Kukoc from long range and kept alive as Bushler was able to tap it to Rodman.
And that's just the first second chance opportunity from Chicago, the best offensive rebounding team in the league.
Kick ball is indicated against Utah, so Bulls maintain possession. They get the new 24.
Scottie's foot is bothering him that much. He should not come back in. This series is going to go very long. They need him at full strength, not half or less.
Bulls lead 13-12 with 2:15 remaining in the first. Jordan. Yes. Michael Jordan telling us earlier he would not force the issue, trying to work out of the throes of a mini slump, but he said he'd let the game come to him. Well, he's attempted 6 shots. He's 3 of 6 from the field. Just under 2 minutes to go in this opening quarter. Here's Russell. Rebounded by Rodman. 3 Chicago players to the boards.
Wild shot by Brian Russell. He wanted it early against Jordan in the post. They waved him off. He was determined to shoot when he got it back.
Jordan. And Malone off the box out.
Mark, Utah is controlling their defensive board, something Seattle could not do last year. Gave them absolutely no chance to win the championship. That's going to be key. Who wins the battle of the board?
And a strong move by Malone going straight down the lane for his 3rd bucket. The Bulls lead by 1 with 1:10 left in the first.
And with Scottie Pippen's problems, Tony Kukoc becomes more and more problem more important as a playmaker.
Jud Bushler, who has been a major contributor throughout the playoffs. Jud, a 7-year man from University of Arizona. His playing time has been spotted, but usually gives consistent minutes. Once again, it's Rodman on Malone. Malone is feeling for Rodman, and a foul is called. It's kind of a touch foul that was indicated.
I think it's going to be on Steve Kerr off the ball, who has a bit of a left-hand problem. He heard it on the play before at the defensive end. Howard Eisley, when he cut to the basket, kind of hung in the lane looking for a return pass from Malone, and Steve Kerr tried to push him out of there.
Real quick, Utah, 2 for 1 here opportunity.
Eisley, Howard Eisley, who has done the job off the bench, usually comes on to spell John Stockton in his 3rd year out of Boston College. 2nd round pick of Minnesota originally, and then on to San Antonio, the CBA of Utah.
And he's played marvelous basketball. He's got the toughest role in the entire NBA backing up Stockton. One-on-one Jordan to close it out.
We're down to 10 seconds left in the first. The Bulls have a 1-point lead. Eisley trying to put moves on Kerr. Down to 2 seconds, and Eisley hits. What a shot by Howard Eisley. Bushler fires it up. Did well with a hand in his face to have that kind of power.
A flat performance by the Bulls. Very sharp by the Jazz. They need to shoot better, though.
So after one, it's the Jazz 18 and the Bulls 17. Utah only 8 of 24. Chicago only 8 of 20. You're watching the NBA on NBC.
Nobody's tougher on motor oil than a police force. The extreme stress and searing heat generated by their hard driving can break down an oil in no time. That's why the Kansas City police use Castrol GTX, the only leading 10W30 that provides maximum protection against both viscosity and thermal breakdown. Because some people have more important things to worry about. Castrol GTX. Drive hard. Also try Castrol Syntec Blend for added synthetic protection.
I'll get 4.8% APR financing for 48 months on Ford Explorer.
You're watching the NBA Finals on NBC.
Karl Malone has brought his MVP game tonight. 11 shot attempts already. That's terrific. You see the numbers going down from in the paint. The team's forcing him to take those jumpers, but it's all come together early. The jumper in Rodman's face early on, and then when the defense collapses, Cutter's always on the move. Easy layup, burning the Bulls defense, and then a shot that Bill Russell couldn't even stop, much less Dennis Rodman. Shot chart for Karl Malone. Everything good in red, all on the left side of the court. A lot of easy misses on that right side. Unused to the Bulls' interior defense of Longley and Rodman.
Second quarter underway here in Chicago. Marv Albert, Matt Guokas, Bill Walton, along with Ahmad Rashad and Jim Craig. 1 point, Utah lead. Now Brian Williams on the floor for the first time. A beautiful pass again. Malone finding Foster.
Well, it appears that Karl has been hesitant when he's catching in the post, but what he is doing is expecting the double team when he puts the ball on the floor, and when they have, he's found the open man.
Randy Brown has come on for the first time. Here's Kukoc for three. Tony Kukoc with his second three-pointer. And Kukoc had been struggling right throughout the playoffs. In fact, against Miami, had a very poor series, only 6 of 27 from the floor. Brown off the steal. He has Stockton back. Goes to the pull-up and hits. The Bulls lead by 2.
Randy Brown will be a critical factor in this series for the Bulls. The time he spends on Stockton. Stockton has not exerted himself offensively, trying to draw a foul on the cut-through right now.
Stockton. And here's Russell. Offensive foul. In a difficult start. Brian Russell. 0 for 4 from the field.
And Jerry Sloan unhappy with that call, thinking Tony Kukoc too far underneath the rim to take that charge on Brian Russell. So far, Kukoc giving it to the Bulls at the offensive end, and an unexpected nice play at the defensive end.
Shandon Anderson, the rookie from Georgia, has played so well. He's come on for the first time. That's a traveling violation on Brian Williams. Minute and a half gone by in the second quarter. And it's the Bulls 22 and the Jazz 20.
Bill Jackson looking out on the floor, trying to figure out where the Jazz will go right now, with Karl Malone getting a breather. John Stockton will be the man to decide what happens there.
Antoine Carr usually just steps right in and takes all the shots. They run the same plays for him. Maybe not as many cross screens. He's not as good a passer, but an outstanding low post scorer, Antoine Carr.
Kukoc back to Brown. And the rebound handled by Carr. Traveling violation. What a play by Hoffer. That caused the travel. Stockton had no room to operate. Timeout call. 2:03 gone by. We're in the second quarter. It's the Bulls by 2 points.
Voila. My best.
ball game. That's why we invented cellular. Now we're perfecting more advanced wireless systems, wireless office systems, and even cordless phones. So you can go even more places. Lucent Technologies. We make the things that make communications work.
He won the Kentucky Derby. He won the Preakness Stakes. And this year, as he heads into the final race of the Visa Triple Crown Challenge, there really seems to be an absolute 100% sure thing. If you try to use American Express at the Belmont Stakes, you won't get in, because the only card accepted at the gate is Visa. It's everywhere you want to be.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by United Airlines, heading in a different direction. United Airlines, rising. By Acura, the true definition of luxury. Yours. And by Mountain Dew, who reminds you to do the do.
Now there's the city of big shoulders, and a lot rides on the shoulders of Tony Kukoc. Anytime he hits that first three, usually a good sign for the Bulls. A good passer finding Buechler, and then stepping up in the lane, taking that charge from Brian Russell. But the playoffs have been very nasty to Tony Kukoc. All right in the first couple of rounds, but really slumping tremendously against Miami, unable to find his shot.
But his foot is killing him. I was with Tony in the locker room before the game. He says it's just nothing but trouble. Can't run, can't push off. He's just trying to get through it so it'll get better for next season.
Yeah, he's been forcing it back with that strained right arch. Had problems with the foot all season. Tony Kukoc off the spin. Couldn't hit that one. 22-20. Bulls up with 9.5 remaining in this first half. Chris Morris on the floor for the first time. Is Foster. Good ball movement by the Jazz.
All of that set up by the deadly cross screen by John Stockton. And what you try to do defensively is bump him off so he can't get a good look. Or Randy Brown bumped him right into the screen.
The Jazz's ball movement has been far superior, as has their rebounding. If they had any kind of touch on their jumpers, particularly Carl, they'd have a 10-point lead here.
Malone is sitting down at the moment, 3 of 11 from the field, 6 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists. Foul travel called on Stockton, but a foul committed. And it's against Chicago. It is on Brown. Well, you can chat with a member of the Chicago Bulls. Join Bulls forward Judd Buechler in a live chat session tomorrow. It's Monday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on NBA.com, the official website of the NBA. Jerry Sloan now has a backcourt of Stockton and the rookie Anderson. He has Foster with Carr and Morris up front. Michael Jordan making his return. Michael Jordan. 3 of 8 from the field, 6 points. The Jazz up by 1, 23-22. And Chicago with Jordan and Brown of the guards, Pippen, Kukoc, and Williams on the front line. Now Jordan played by the rookie Anderson. Michael Jordan shooting over Brandon Anderson.
Utah clearly has made the decision not to double team. Jerry Sloan does not want everybody else getting layups. More importantly, keep off the offensive glass.
Foster feeling it. Greg Foster has the good touch. A guy who's made the rounds a couple of years at Washington, Atlanta, Milwaukee, Chicago, Minnesota, Utah.
He got his start at UCLA. That was the big
Yes, he did. Randy Brown. Actually, you look at his record, it sounds like Matt Gucci's itinerary.
Stockton throwing himself in. They called the offensive foul that time.
And for Stockton, it is his first.
Well, Greg Foster has found a home here and has a role much like Bill Wennington for the Chicago Bulls. John Stockton, so quick on that crossover, just runs Michael Jordan right out of there. A little extra acting on the part of Michael. That's not a foul.
Here's Pippen. Pippen on the follow.
That's the way to dive on the floor.
Good hustle by Morris to guide it to Anderson. Utah by 1. It's game 1 of the best of 7 NBA Finals Series. Game 2 here in Chicago on Wednesday, right here on NBC, starting 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Chris Morris never shy about firing from all angles, and looked like Foster and Kukoc and Anderson got involved.
Are you trying to say, Mark, that Chris Morris made up his mind what he was going to do as soon as he caught that ball? Although that play was kind of called for him, anything popping up off the weak side, and he is a three-point threat, but he didn't even see the basket when he let the ball.
Utah should come back to Greg Foster. He's the one with the hot hand.
That last foul was called on Anderson, and then again away from the ball. Brown went flying. Foster picks up his second. Timeout is being indicated. That's the second team foul committed by Utah. Chicago with just 1. The Jazz by 1. We played 5 minutes of the second.
Who's ready to party on the boat beside me?
Position charges throughout the ship.
Oh, man!
For Annie, there's no changing course.
He's turning us right into the island.
I am never leaving the house again.
No slowing down.
We're gonna cry!
And no getting off. Because on June 13th, Rush Hour hits the water. Speed 2, cruise control.
I just bought a condo here.
Rated PG-13. Rush Hour hits the water June 13th.
Well, not much of a crowd here today, but it should be a good game. All right, Stewart's batting 3 here.
Hold my Budweiser. I'm going to go find those guys.
All right, Wedman toes the rubber. Delivered.
Whoa, a long drive to left field. That ball's going to carry. It's going out of here. There's one lucky fan out there, but he's got something in his hands. Something there. What's he going to do? He's got to make his move. There's something with
Oh, that ball bounced about 20 feet off his head.
Please, just let go of the beer.
Let go of the beer, son.
I've always been what you call a free spirit. I just love having a good time. And I guess that's how I play basketball too.
She's one of the best point guards in the world.
Just ask my coach here in Germany.
Yeah, that's true.
I play basketball all over the world, and I go anywhere for a good game.
From way outside.
Now I'm ready for my biggest challenge yet, the WNBA. See you in America.
Watch Michelle Timms in the Phoenix Mercury this summer.
Dateline Monday. Dateline is now on Monday. America's most watched news magazine. Dateline NBC, now on Monday.
Statline and Karl Malone and John Stockton in the early going. Well, guys, this is always a category that some outstanding players, whatever the sport, have a tough time dealing with. Even in the NBA, some refer to it as the Ernie Banks category. Great players who have not been able to win a title, and 2 of those players on the court today in the uniform of the Utah Jazz, and John Stockton and Karl Malone.
And one just eliminated, Charles Barkley. A very emotional scene in Houston Thursday night.
7:04 remaining in this first half. The Jazz by 1. Let's check in with Jim Briggs. Jim?
All right, thank you, Mark. During that timeout, Jerry Sloan very happy with the defensive effort of the Utah Jazz. He said offensively, however, you must set and hold your screens and take much better shots. Unhappy with the shot selection. Mark?
All right, Jim, and a fine shot selection on the part of Michael Jordan, who had the tongue wagging and put the move on and split right through and was able to hit.
Going to work on rookie Shandon Anderson, but no help from Antoine Carr, who was supposed to step up and trap that pick and roll. Michael just too quick.
Anderson beaten on the play. Randy Brown was just called for a foul, and another foul against the Bulls. It's on Jordan, his first.
Speaking of trapping the pick and roll, Stockton caught along the baseline, and Jordan just came in and was karate chopping.
10 points for Jordan on 5 of 10 shooting. Randy Brown now defending on John Stockton. Here's Carr. Beautiful move by Antoine Carr, the 13-year professional from Wichita State, the original big dog for Milwaukee's Bill Robinson. Look out, Brown hit the floor, shake it up. Ryan Williams checking him over. Foul was called on Carr.
Got right out of the triangle offense. Brian Williams, only 9 regular season games, but has a feel for this play. When he gets in the post, who's ever in the corner will make that baseline cut. He found Randy Brown.
Well, let's take a listen to this. You'll see at full speed.
The thing that's been so impressive about this game so far, Mark, and what I think will hold up throughout this series is that you got the 2 best passing teams in basketball today. In this era of individualism and athleticism, you got great teamwork going both sides.
First time that the Bulls have been at the free throw line. Here's Karl Malone making his return, replacing Greg Foster. Did a nice job. 3 of 3 from the field. 6 points for Foster. And Dennis Rodman will come on for Tony Kukoc, who contributed with 6 points.
And Bill, because they are the 2 best passing teams, they are the 2 highest scoring teams in the league at 103 a game. But this is ridiculous here so far in the first half. Both teams with 27 points, mainly because they're playing just half-court basketball. Nobody get anything going in transition.
Jazz, they don't turn it over. It's going to be difficult for Chicago to force Utah into mistakes.
Bulls have a 1-point lead. We're halfway through the first half. Morris sprint. Stockton recovers. Shot clock running down. Here's Anderson for 3. And Carr able to get to it. Nice pass from Anderson. Anderson with the setup.
Utah playing the team game. Everything for Chicago, one-on-one off the dribble, particularly Jordan and Kukoc.
Michael Jordan has 12, and the Bulls lead by 1.
Michael's eyes are wide as saucers right now going against rookie Shannon Anderson.
Meanwhile, at the other end, Shannon Anderson enjoying himself.
The Bulls have not played a team like this in a long time.
Shannon Anderson, a second-round draft pick. Utah did not have a number 1. The opening for Scottie Pippen. That's his second field goal. And the Bulls lead now 32-31. Shannon Anderson during the regular season provided a major lift. He's the brother of Willie Anderson, who spent time with the Miami Heat.
And the Utah Jazz have not played a team anything like the Chicago Bulls with their triangle offense, ball movement, and player movement as Michael Jordan just rises up on Shannon Anderson. And then the little handoff, one hand, just a touch pass as Scottie Pippen finishing, but falling, not falling, but coming down gingerly on that left foot.
The previous foul was called on Dennis Rodman. Now Bill Oakes over the scorer's table. And indicating a technical foul on Chicago Bulls assistant coach Tex Winter. Apparently that triangle that was thrown by Tex in the wrong color.
It was an isosceles triangle rather than an equilateral triangle.
Tex, a very quiet gentleman on the bench, but obviously, as we all know, you can't hit a nerve. Well, all times.
And it's probably not just the first time Tex has said something in this game. He's probably been pecking away.
Physical action.
Settle down, Utah. Play your game.
second quarter. And a travel shot on Anderson.
Utah is attacking Michael Jordan. They've bought into Jerry Sloan. Look, don't get intimidated by this guy. He's going to do his thing. He's going to have a great game. But you got to come back and get your game going, too. The Jazz have established themselves.
7 turnovers committed by Utah, 7 by Chicago. Jordan with the open shot. And Carr reaching for that rebound. The game tied at 32.
Good stab defense by Scottie Pippen to slow down.
Shot clock at 7. Down to 3. Malone. Yes. Karl Malone has 10 points. It's the Jazz 34 and the Bulls 32.
It used to be, goodness gracious sakes alive.
That's almost a frustration shot because right now Dennis Rodman having problems guarding Karl Malone.
Karl feels it. They got a double team and get it out of his hand.
Last touch by Brown.
Dennis Rodman just does not close quick enough on Karl Malone. The shot clock is winding down. Karl knows he's going to have to put up a shot, but just by creating space there, gets far enough away from Dennis Rodman, who got a hand up, but way too late.
Stockton got the step. John Stockton with his 4th field goal. He has 8 points and 4 assists. The Jazz leading by 4 as we approach 3 minutes to go in the first half. What a pass. Rodman is fouled by Carr.
Again, the offensive rebounding and court stabbing presence of the Jazz, giving him more shots. Stockton has been passing early. That freezes the defense. Not a great leaper. Not blazing speed, but great quickness. Depth change perception.
Dennis Rodman serving up the air ball. Reminder, on Wednesday, we hope you join us back here in Chicago, 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock Pacific. Game 2 of the NBA Finals. It's the Bulls and the Jazz. Game 2, Wednesday, 9 o'clock Eastern, right here on NBC.
Jazz killing Chicago on the boards, 23-14.
Air ball being played by Rodman. What we've seen here in the first half by Chicago, and those who have been watching the Bulls as of late, can't be surprised they have not been playing their best basketball during the playoffs, despite the record of 11-2 during the playoff run. Bad pass by Brian Williams, leading to another Chicago turnover. Rodman gambled, could not take advantage. Pippen with the rebound.
Carl didn't have good balance that time, but the Utah Jazz are overplaying every post-entry pass.
Again, the hesitation by Pippen that led to the turnover. Stockton for 3. John Stockton, the hero, the other night against the Houston Rockets, which put the Utah Jazz into the finals by virtue of his three-pointer. Just hit that open three-point shot to extend to a 7-point Utah lead.
Chicago doesn't make many mistakes either, but a bad play by Scottie Pippen at the other end got Utah into their transition game, and John Stockton nailed it.
Challenge me. Doubt me. Disrespect me. Tell me I'm older. Tell me I'm slower. Tell me I can no longer fly. I want you to.
Coming up at halftime, the Prudential halftime report. We'll take a closer look at Utah's John Stockton. Jim Gray was in Salt Lake City yesterday to talk with John. Hannah Storm, Julius Irving, Peter Vesey, and the czar of the telestrator, Mike Fratello, will provide analysis of the first half. And that's coming up on the Prudential halftime report just moments away.
Bench production for the Jazz on fire. Isley first of all, and then Greg Foster comes in. The jumper's going down. The shooting percentage skyrocketing for the Jazz here in the second quarter as Antoine Carr drills that jumper. 60% for the Jazz in the second after 33% to open it up tonight.
And Utah getting the help off the bench. 7-0 run by the Jazz. They lead it 39-32. Here's Jordan. Rodman with the tip. Rodman again. Took a poke in the eye.
Take advantage. Karl Malone quickly. Rodman is confused. Scotty helped him out.
Minute 35 remaining. First half. Marv Albert, Matt Kukas, Bill Walton, Bob Rashad, Jim Gray from the United Center. Game one of this best of 7 NBA Final Series. Steve Kerr back on the floor. Scottie Pippen posting up. Michael Jordan being played by Brian Russell. Jordan receiving a number of looks here in the first half, and the foul is called on Anderson.
Well, the Bulls have been very quiet on the offensive glass so far in this first half, but Dennis Rodman volleyballing the ball to himself a couple of times, but Karl Malone coming in there at the end of the play, catching Dennis Rodman right in the eye.
I like the volleyball. You know, that's coming up in Chicago in 3 weeks here.
That was for you,
the
Bill.
beach volleyball, yes.
And Pippen making his first appearance at the line. He has 5 points. Dennis still trying to shake things off.
Never fun to get an elbow to the face, particularly by a man as big and strong as Karl Malone.
The Utah lead is now 3 with 1:10 left in the first half. So the matchup is Kerr on Stockton. Hornacek is back, played by Jordan. Hornacek got the step. Hoffman with the save. Dangerous save, but Longley was able to retrieve.
Marv Hornacek's had a tough day of it. 1 for 3. Shandon Anderson was playing better. Jerry Sloan decided to come back with his main guy, though.
And Greg Ostertag is also back on the floor defending on Rodman. Jordan. Rodman. Terrific ball instincts, and he fired. Dennis a bit encouraged from recent development. Pippen on the loose ball. One of his great skills. And he's brought the Bulls within 1.
The Jazz falling asleep, I think, dulled beyond belief when Dennis took that three-point shot.
Utah by 1. We're down to 15 seconds in the half.
High scoring first half.
You're talking Easton style. Russell for 3. Just did beat the 24. And that is his first field goal. Final seconds of the half. Halftime here in Chicago. Game 1 of the NBA Final Series. Karl Malone, 5 of 14, 10 points, 6 rebounds. Michael Jordan, 6 for 14 for 12 points. It's the Jazz 42 and the Bulls 38. And a storm of the Prudential halftime report in a moment.
The French Open continues on NBC Friday morning with the men's semifinals. Saturday at 3 p.m. the women's final, and Sunday at 9 a.m. the men's final. This weekend on NBC.
Jackie, what are you guys doing here? See the dude, be the dude. Whoa. Nothing's more intense than slamming a dude.
Please stand by. This flight will begin boarding momentarily.
Paging Mr. Wright. Paging Mr. Wright is oversold.
Flight delayed.
Would you like to speak to my supervisor?
This flight has been delayed. We have no further information.
Orville and Wilbur have to go through what you do just to fly.
Ladies and gentlemen.
They never would have gotten off the ground.
The flight to Kitty Hawk has been canceled.
Isn't it time an airline started heading in a different direction? United Airlines, rising.
It is said that good things come to those who wait. But in business, greater things come to those who refuse to. And for people like these, an incredible weapon has been created.
Velo from Philips Magnavox. Windows, email, internet. The power of a computer in the palm of your hand.
Sales, Joe! There's always a future in sales!
Just think, Joe. You're going to be your own boss. Joe, plastics last forever.
Joe, let's not call it a pyramid scheme. Emu, Joe. It's the pork of the future.
Lots of career opportunities in one car. Make it a good one. The Civic Sedan from Honda.
Joe, 12 men, one boat. What could be better?
At the age of 21, he is rewriting golf history. After his amazing win at the Masters, Tiger Woods goes for his 7th USGA championship in 7 years. Tiger's incredible march continues as he vies for back-to-back Grand Slam victories in his first appearance as a pro at the U.S. Open, coming June 12th to NBC.
This is the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
Halftime of Game 1 in Chicago with the Jazz leading the Bulls 42-38. John Stockton with 11 points and 4 assists. Karl Malone with 10 points and 6 rebounds. Michael Jordan leading the Bulls with 12 points. Hi, everybody. Hannah Storm along with Julius Erving, Peter Vesey, Mike Fratello. We'll discuss the first half in just a few moments. But first, the guy with the choir boy looks, but the nerves of steel, Utah's John Stockton. Interestingly, there are parallels between Stockton and Michael Jordan. Each of them came into the NBA in 1984. Both of them are two-time Olympians. And each is among the 50 greatest players in NBA history. But whereas Jordan has 4 championship rings, Stockton is playing in his first finals. Stockton spoke with Jim Grant.
The time, 18. Shot, Jordan, it's over.
The Utah Jazz select John Stockton of Gonzaga University.
When you went to college and you went through Gonzaga, what was your ultimate goal? What were you thinking? Everybody had thoughts for you, but what were you trying to obtain?
Really nothing. I never had hopes of even going really to the next level at any stage. As a 6th grader, I wanted to make the varsity someday. Hopefully, if the opportunity arose, I'd hope to make the varsity in high school someday. I had no idea a scholarship would ever come or anything beyond that.
The gold medals to the Olympic champions representing the United States of America.
1984, you attempted to make the Olympic team and were cut. And afterwards, Charles Barkley was cut. And you guys got into a car. What happened on that car ride?
Well, there were 4 or 5 guys cut at the same time. So we all rode to the airport, a long ride to the airport together. And mostly we listened to Charles. I was disappointed that I was cut. I missed my graduation the day I was cut. And that was important to me. But no, I've never looked back and felt like I wanted to show anybody. They said when we were cut, hey, if it had been another coach, maybe you'd have made it.
Jazz has conceded defeat.
Did you ever feel, particularly maybe at some point this season, that window may have closed after the repeated chances of getting to the championship? Did you feel it was narrowing because of age?
No, not really. I think that our old guys take very good care of themselves. Our young guys are getting better, not only better from last year, but better as the season has progressed. So I wouldn't limit this team by ever thinking that window was narrowing and closing.
John Stockton, to me, as a person, is unbelievable. And as a player, MVP award wouldn't be complete if he wouldn't have been there on our team this year. And our friendship run deeper than basketball.
Without Karl, none of us would have been close to that. He led us. He did all the big things. He was tremendous all season long, and he deserved it. But we get a piece of it, all of us.
Russell inbound at half court.
You see why John Stockton is one of the 5 best players I ever played against.
Stockton, open three.
This kid is one of the greatest players to ever play in this game. He's a big player.
John Stockton sends the Utah Jazz to the NBA Finals.
I guess I don't want to take myself back to those moments and take away from the focus that's ahead of us. I have to prepare myself and help prepare this team to make our best run at the ultimate objective, and that's to win the championship.
John Stockton scored 15 points in the fourth quarter of that series-clinching win against Houston to lead the Jazz back from the deficit. And Peter, some people might be surprised that it was John Stockton who took over the game at that point.
I think, Hannah, people were stunned that he took over because he's not supposed to have a scorer's mentality, although he's leading the Jazz in shooting percentage in the playoffs. Usually teams play him for the pass and not the shot. And I've got an interesting insight into that he gave me during the All-Star game this past year. I asked him to sign my top 50 book for my 9-year-old son, and he did it. And I asked him to write something on it. He said, I don't do stuff like that. I said, well, why don't you write something about being unselfish? He said, I can't do that. He said, because sometimes you have to be selfish for the good of the team.
You know, Ron Harper is the tallest player who's guarded him in these playoffs, and he appears to be having some problems with Harper early. By our calculations, all 5 of Stockton's assists in the first half have come when Harper has not been guarding him. His 3 turnovers have come when Harper has been guarding him. And when we return, we'll talk more about the first half between the Jazz and the Bulls. But first, a message from Prudential and a word from the NBA.
Been in there for 44 years, so there are a lot of memories. I was quite willing to try it, something new. We attracted people that were down in the lower range, but we also attracted people that were up in the higher range. The value range achieved the goal of giving us more money for our house than we had anticipated. What more can you ask?
No one taught me more about teamwork than my dad. They called him Mr. Mean because he never smiled. He didn't smile when he volunteered to coach the kids in the neighborhood. He didn't smile when he drove the team to every game, or when he worked with kids for hours on his own time. He showed me anyone can make a difference if they just get involved. I'll tell you something else about my dad. He's got a great smile.
Team up with your community.
Yeah.
It's halftime in Chicago. In game 1. Now let's talk about the first half, a half which saw both coaches go 5 deep in their benches. Doc, can you compare the efforts by the non-starters in the first half?
I'll tell you, the reserves are clearly going to play major roles, not only in this half, but throughout this series. Tony Kukoc is getting some extra minutes here because of a slowed Scottie Pippen. He's hit a couple of three-pointers. He's played pretty good defense, but the Jazz bench has more than answered. Greg Foster has been great. Howard Eisley's hit some shots. And then if you take Carr, you take Morris, you take the other guys on their bench, you know, for Utah Jazz basketball watchers, this has been the best bench in the league, superior to the Chicago Bulls bench, and they might make the difference in this whole series.
Meanwhile, Karl Malone struggling, missed some easy shots really early on, 5 for 14 shooting, Mike, but is he doing some other things to help his team have the lead at the half?
I know Peter mentioned that Stockton basically throughout the playoffs has been their leading field goal percentage guy. But when you look at the Jazz, everything comes through Karl Malone. He has taken twice as many field goal attempts as the second closest guy, Hornacek, twice as many free throw attempts as the second closest man, which is Hornacek. But let's look at some of the other ways that he helps his teammates during the course of the game. So many times the ball starts in the post. There he hits Stockton on the opening play, back cut for a layup. Again, ball in the post, reads the defensive team, looks opposite and finds Hornacek underneath for an easy score. And then when you're struggling from the floor, as he is, shooting only 5 for 14, you have to find other ways of coming up. Defensive rebound, he's the guy that got the ball, but pay attention. The mailman runs the center of the floor, right back to him in transition for one of those 5 field goals that he has. Great players find a way to help their team.
And we should mention Scottie Pippen, a lot of speculation on how he would play with a left foot injury. He's played 20 minutes, 3 of 6 from the floor for 8 points. It's halftime in Chicago. The Jazz lead the Bulls by 4. We'll send it back to courtside for the second half right after these messages from your local station.
This has been the Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by Prudential, bringing strength and stability to America's families through insurance, healthcare, real estate, and financial services.
This game is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealer.
You don't want to miss this. 1.9% financing for up to 48 months at your Ford dealer. You heard right. 1.9 financing on Taurus, Escort, Contour, and the all-new ZX2. Are you with me on this? 1.9 financing can save you thousands. Wow! Or for a longer term, get 3.9 financing for up to 60 months. How much can that save you? Wow. That's 1.9 for 48, 3.9 for 60, even cash back as high as $2,000. Better hurry. Get to your favorite Ford dealer today.
It's licensed to win from the Illinois Lottery. Just buy a $5 5-play Little Lotto ticket, and one of 12 new Dodge vehicles could be yours.
Didn't this training start at 6?
Where is he?
What happened at 6 a.m.?
Yeah, what's the deal?
I have things to do. This is ridiculous.
Take this.
Feeling a little frustrated?
Fine.
Tired of waiting? You don't understand what's going on? Well, hang on to that feeling the next time a frustrated customer comes to you with a problem. Make it your responsibility to fix the problem. Act like you own the place. Because you know, you do.
Compared to the rest of the industry, United Airlines is heading in a different direction.
Tomorrow, we'll talk about seat assignments. Oh, don't be late.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Third Rock from the Sun! We will Third Rock you! What you talking about, Willie?
Tommy's upset cause he has to wear bows. The hacker man is sucking on Mary's toes. Sally's in love with that Seinfeld guy. Harry's got a headache and he doesn't know why.
We will Third Rock you!
You are a super freak!
The kind you don't take home to mother! We will Third Rock you! Sundays!
Welcome back to Chicago. Utah with a 42-38 lead on the Bulls. As we head to the second half, Marv Albert, Bill Walton, Matt Guokas. Matt, the playoff problems continue for the Chicago Bulls.
Well, they're staying almost exclusively with their triangle offense and settling for jump shots or post-up jump shots for Michael Jordan. The Bulls have only been to the foul line 6 times against a team like Utah that gives 30 foul shots a game. Chicago's got to come out and spread the offense.
Now, Bill, Utah not shooting well, but Jerry Sloan certainly has to be satisfied with many phases of his game. Marv, it's their type of tempo. The Jazz in complete control, passing, the rebounding. The big thing for Utah, don't get overconfident. This thing is just getting started here. Let's take a look at some of the Miller Lite halftime statistics. Looking at the Utah Jazz overall, just under 44% shooting, 16 of 36 from two-point range, only 5 3-point attempts, and just 4 of 5 at the line. Karl Malone, 20 minutes, 5 of 14 overall. You see the breakdown in terms of defending against Malone. It's great, though, that Karl Malone is getting a lot of shots. An MVP-type player like Karl needs 25, 30 shots per game. Everything going well for him except the touch. And for the Chicago Bulls, only 40% from the field, 14 of 33 from two-point range, 2 of 7 from downtown. And they, too, did not go to the line. 4 of 6 at the line. Jordan, 21 minutes, 6 of 14 overall.
And Utah has not had to double-team Michael Jordan because he's settling for that fadeaway jump shot as soon as he starts to make a move into the lane. Then he'll draw the defense.
So it is Utah with a 42-38 lead on Chicago. Back with the second half in a moment.
Finally, you can drive what you've always dreamed about, the Aurora V8. If this engine can power the Indy race cars, imagine how you'll feel on a test drive. Isn't it time you drove your dream car? For a limited time, you can lease the Aurora for just $3.99 a month. See your Oldsmobile retailer. The Aurora V8, the power behind Indy.
This dish is gonna change my life. I like you better already. Turn it on, turn it on. And now, I give you game time. Heidi? They said it was on satellite TV. It's on DirecTV. DirecTV?
You don't have DirecTV. You got Heidi.
Only DirecTV delivers more sports than any other mini-dish system. If you don't have it, you're gonna get it.
If you squint, you kind of looks like Don Elway.
DirecTV. Satellite TV at its best.
Grant, it's time to look beyond basketball. I'm thinking made-for-TV drama.
You want me to be just like Tommy, Dad, but I can only be Jake.
After that, you go on tour with your book. Then you cut an album.
I'm a cowboy.
So, what do we think?
I'd never do something like that. Care for a Sprite?
Think you've seen every single must-see Thursday show? Oh, you probably missed something. Like when Chandler fooled around with one of Joey's sisters. Then there's a special Thursday news radio. And Seinfeld's famous Cadillac episode. Yeah. And on Suddenly Susan, see how it all began. Hey, if you haven't seen it, then it's new to you. NBC Thursday.
Ahmad Rashad back in Chicago. Phil Jackson told his team at halftime that they've got to get more second shots. He also told them they got to really take care of the ball because what's happening on their turnovers is Utah's getting a lot of easy, uncontested shots off the turnovers. Another thing that he told me, he wants them to start running the ball, get out, get them some easy shots on fast breaks. Let's go down to Jim Gray.
All right, thanks, Ahmad. Well, it was very confident, upbeat Utah locker room. Jerry Sloan told his team he was very happy with the pace and tempo of the game, wants to see much of the same in the second half. Defensively, he told them, hey, guys, you must not allow them any more offensive rebounds to get second chances. And on offense, he said, set and hold the picks, get better shots. Karl Malone finally said, I still like our chances. Marv?
All right, thanks, guys. Third quarter underway. 4-point Jazz lead. Utah ball as we get going. Horn a second. Stockton to the backcourt. Malone up front with Ostertag and Russell off the steal. Jordan stopped in the open floor and then run into by Russell.
How many times did Michael Jordan turn Brian Russell around that time?
Well, Karl Malone early in this game finding cutters because he couldn't find his shot. Here, Isley finds Karl Malone running on the fast break, and Dennis Rodman has had problems with Malone's little fadeaway jump shot.
Luke Longley set up by Michael Jordan. Dennis Rodman more and more a factor off the offensive board.
Disturbing situation in the first possession here at giving up an offensive rebound.
Pippen.
2 offensive rebounds. You have to establish yourself if you're going to have any chance to beat Chicago. 1 shot every time.
Utah Jazz went 64-18 during the regular season. That's a franchise record. Dangerous pass. And it backfired. Couple of bad possessions by the Jazz. Here's Jordan. Could not take advantage.
Well, Utah had 8 turnovers, uncharacteristic for them in the first half. And then to start the third quarter, 2 terrible passes.
Well, the passes are there, but the guards for Chicago, including Scottie Pippen, they have very, very long arms, great anticipation.
Another turnover. Stockton threw it away, but the Bulls gave it right back. Ostertag could not handle that pass from Stockton.
Sloppy start for Utah. And they haven't lost any ground.
Well, for a team that's capable of shooting 50% or better, Utah, you would think they would just make sure they come down a good shot. But a very bad start here in this third quarter from Jazz.
And the crowd trying to get the Bulls going. A bad pass from Rodman.
Poor spacing on this break. They run through and create the Hornacek.
Hopper able to collar it. The Chicago Bulls 69-13 during the regular season. Did not have many top flight moments in the playoffs through the series against Washington, then Atlanta, then Miami. Hopper's pass deflected away. And following the fake, which put Stockton on the floor.
Stockton is a tough, hard-nosed defender who will stand in against anyone, no matter how big they are. Everybody's getting their hands on passes here.
Oh, Scottie Pippen with a good-looking three-point shot. He drilled it, and Pippen is showing some signs despite the foot injury. 4 of 8 from the field. He has 11 points. Holding foul, says the outside official. Head rush. It's on Ron Harper.
Well, the Chicago Bulls, during the regular season, scoring that 103 points a ball game, but it has been going down, down, down. Now, that's a lot of that has to do with playoff basketball. A lot of half-court play, very little transition, but this was ridiculous.
Jeff Hornacek. So the Jazz leading now 44-41. Hornacek playing Jordan. Along with the rebound. That's 8 rebounds for Karl Malone.
Good call on the run. Rodman didn't get back.
And Pippen had a notion to run. Utah did get back. Pippen for 3.
Wild shot.
And in many cases, John Stockton would have flipped that ball ahead to Brian Russell, but the way that the Jazz have been turning it over, he wants to make sure.
Russell. Nice lead pass for Russell. His second field goal, he has 7 points, and the Jazz lead by 5.
Mark, never underestimate the athleticism of this Utah team, particularly Brian Russell and Shandon Anderson.
Let it go! Let it go!
That shot goes down for Luke Longley. You can phone in this championship.
Bill, he actually made a couple of those in the Miami series. Look at this third quarter. More turnovers than points.
Jordan screening for Rodman. That's what it's come to.
Well, Dennis Rodman looking for the offense. In fact, was a post-up go-to player the last couple of games against the Miami Heat. That's his second field goal here tonight. The Jazz 46, the Bulls 43. Oh, the block. Pippen uncontested. The Utah lead is 1. The chant of defense. Malone comes out to set the screen. The lead for Malone off the pick and roll.
Well, Utah expects Chicago to send that pick and roll towards the baseline. And Jerry Sloan telling me yesterday, John Stockton actually likes that. He knows where everybody is, and he showed right there why he likes it so much.
Pippen lost the handle. Scottie Pippen looking very active here in this third quarter. Overall, 13 points, 7 rebounds, and 3 block shots. 13 on the 24. Chicago maintaining possession. Hopper and Jordan at the guards. Pippen, Rodman, and Longley up front. Pippen putting moves on Russell and hit it.
Scottie Pippen, one of the greatest players of all time, schooling Brian Russell, an up-and-coming star. Brian has to play better, though. He was 1 for 12 in the regular season loss here in Utah at Chicago.
The Jazz by 1. Hornacek squeezing his way through. Ostertag with the rebound and the tip.
To be over 7 feet tall, what a dream.
Something that Matt and I cannot relate to, Bill.
I never quite made it, Mark. It's a paltry 6'11".
Ostertag at 7'2", about 280 pounds. Rodman, air ball.
The Bulls have resorted to setting double screens for Dennis Rodman.
And the Utah Jazz aren't going to guard him if he's going to keep shooting that way.
Utah by 3 as we come up on 6 minutes remaining in this third quarter. Stockton.
Beautiful play of Stockton. They're still figuring out how Chicago is going to play the pick and roll.
Scottie Pippen with 7 of the Bulls, 9 points in this third quarter. Malone comes out aggressively on Pippen. Phil Jackson wanted a foul called. Hoffer waving it off. Now Jordan posting up Hornacek. Going glass. The Jazz 50, the Bulls 49.
By and large, Utah has denied penetration. Scotty everywhere trying to provide the spark.
At 7, Hornacek. Jim Hornacek getting the roll. That's his third field goal. He has 6, and it's the Jazz by 3.
And the reason why Chicago wants to send it down, force it down, the one time they sent Stockton actually behind the backboard, made that a tough shot. But it's very difficult to find options when you force that dribbler down.
Michael Jordan hacked on the play. He's headed to the line, and a timeout is taken. Scottie Pippen has been a major factor here in the third quarter.
Good to see him exerting himself, first with the block and then the easy breakaway. Taking care of that foot, not extending himself, and then in the post, just taking advantage of the younger but very, very talented Brian Russell. Scottie Pippen, nice little hook step to the baseline, jump hook, face.
5:05 remaining in the third. It's the Jazz by 3.
The NBA Finals continue. Game 2, Wednesday at 9 Eastern, 6 Pacific on NBC.
They said imports taste better. They lied.
And how does that make you feel?
Used, manipulated, betrayed.
And how does that make you feel?
Used, manipulated, betrayed.
So now what?
Only drink fresh beer. Budweiser.
You have made a real breakthrough. You did it on your own.
Born on dating from Budweiser. What fresh beer tastes like.
You're on the road to freshness. Hold all my calls.
Nobody's tougher on motor oil than a police force. The extreme stress and searing heat generated by their hard driving can break down an oil in no time. That's why the Kansas City Police use Castrol GTX, the only leading 10W30 that provides maximum protection against both viscosity and thermal breakdown. Because some people have more important things to worry about. Castrol GTX. Drive hard. Also try Castrol Syntec Blend for added synthetic protection.
Ah, these sport utes. They're a different breed for you, huh? Not for the timid, these things. No, sir. Got that whole other kind of suspension thing going on. Now, if you ask me, the whole thing's a little over-calibrated. I mean, of course, on a smooth road like this, you're not going to notice. But you get your potholes, your various road anomalies. Believe you me, you're going to feel it.
Feel what? You're in a Bravada. With ride and handling you wouldn't expect in an SUV. So the only thing you'll feel is really comfortable. Bravada. It knows the road.
Did we just go over some train tracks?
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better. By Oldsmobile and your local Oldsmobile retailers. And by Reebok, helping athletes perform at the top of their game.
Welcome back to Chicago. On that last play, Karl Malone of the Utah Jazz reopened the wound on his right hand that he suffered a floor burn in the last series against Houston. Now, during the timeout, that wound was attended to by Mike Sheminsky, the trainer of the Utah Jazz. He's struggling with it. He put another patch on it. What he really can't do, though, is cover it during the game because it takes all feel away from him. So he wants it to get hardened again, but the problem is the sweat keeps getting on it. Now there's blood and sweat. Controlled during the timeout. He should continue. Marv?
All right, thanks, Jim.
Marv, it's a big, open, ugly, nasty sore. It just oozes all the time. It's not really something that is fun to deal with and will not close up, really, until he stops playing basketball for quite a long period of time.
Michael Jordan at the line for the first time. Scottie Pippen has really lifted his play here in the third quarter despite the foot injury. For more of that, let's check in with Ahmad.
All right, thanks, Marv. You know, the injury is more that Scottie is adjusting to it. It hasn't gotten any better. He's still painful. At halftime, he took his shoe off, readjusted his foot a little bit, but the pain is still there. It's just the fact that he's dealing with it a lot better. Marv?
All right, thanks, Ahmad. Jazz by 2, just under 5 minutes remaining in this third quarter. Howard Eisley, who just returned, played well in the first half. Came up short. There's Pippen with the steal.
Phil Jackson has gone to a lineup right now. John Stockton's out of the game, but you got Pippen, Jordan, Kukoc as your wing players, Longley and Rodman in front. This could give John Stockton a lot of trouble down the stretch.
Jordan and Hornacek reaching for that rebound.
I think Phil Jackson might want to go smaller, get Longley out of there as Jordan gets called for the reach-in foul. You go smaller because Utah's controlling the boards, play with more quickness. The power game for Chicago not effective right now.
Right, Bill, right now he has Longley with Rodman and Kukoc, Jordan, and Pippen, and the matchup is Jordan defending on Hornacek. Stockton is getting a rest. Isley is on the floor, being played here by Kukoc. Oh, a wild pass.
Greg Ostertag is he's upset with his teammate right now. Hey, it's Brian Russell I don't think he threw the pass. It was Isley who whipped it in there, but Greg Ostertag has to keep his hands up. He's going to break his nose.
I like that pass. Throw it in there nice and hard right at the head. Hit him in the head the next time. He'll catch it, I guarantee it.
Utah with 14 turnovers, 6 in this third quarter. Along with the box out and a high elbow that was avoided by Pippen.
He was pushed first by Rodman.
Oh, that makes it all right.
He was pushed into Scotty.
Isley to the crossover. Setting it up for Ostertag, and it's a travel. Greg Ostertag, #1 draft pick out of Kansas. Last year, came a long way this season. Here's a look at that elbow that was avoided by Pippen.
He just put it up. He didn't swing it. Yeah, if they want to bite your elbows, Marv, there's nothing you can do about that.
From one big guy to another who has had personal experience. 3.5 left in this first half. And it's Utah by 2. Jordan lost the dribble, but a reach-in and a foul against the Jazz. Ball was knocked away from Michael Jordan. Howard Isley picks it up, his first.
And what this lineup for Chicago does is make Utah make a decision, and what they've gone with right now is put their point guard, Howard Isley, on Michael Jordan. Mismatch.
Foul on Isley. That is his second. And for the Jazz, their 4th team foul.
And when Michael gets that post position against a smaller player like that, the Jazz know they have to come and help out, as all 5 purple shirts in the paint ready to give Howard Isley some help.
And turnovers beginning to hurt Utah. They now have 15-7 in the third quarter. They've not committed more than 16 in a playoff game this year. A reminder, tonight, right here on NBC, after the Bulls and the Jazz, on most of these NBC stations, there is terrific must-see TV comedy heading your way. Third Rock from the Sun and Men Behaving Badly. That's all coming at you tonight after Game 1 of the NBA Finals, right here on NBC.
Jerry Sloan up. Remember, he calls all the plays. Even with the brilliance of Stockton, who's not playing now, Sloan will call everything.
Oh, what a move by Isley.
And a great call by Jerry Sloan, because the Bulls trying to hide Kukoc, a poor perimeter defender, on the point guard. So Utah just spread the floor, took advantage of it.
Utah by 2. 2:45 remaining in the third. And the ball back to the Jazz. Timeout is being called by Chicago.
Isley isolated against Kukoc. The shake and bake, the hesitation. Kukoc trying to find his center of balance. Can't get it. Isley, nothing but net.
The product of Boston College, Howard Isley.
It happened one day. Just after sunrise in Hunan, Shen Cheng became the first in his village to call America. Lloyd moved from Lone Pine to the Global Village. And a man named Riley scouted 6 NBA teams at one time. Later, a banker sent $500 million and hope to workers halfway around the world. And a reporter sent word that the citizens of Claremont were all safe and sound.
Nothing is impossible. Well, we've got to believe that, too.
As Christopher Reeve inspired a room full of people 1,000 miles away. 220 million times a day, people share information, ideas, and dreams on the most powerful network on Earth. And from a world away, a tiny voice reached Shen Cheng.
Hi, Papa.
AT&T
Sierra's strength and exceptional power, life's daily obstacles are easily handled. But with Sierra's third door, you will have one less hurdle to overcome. Sierra by GMC. Putting you comfortably in command.
There's a land that has the colours of the world. In the year 2000, Sydney will bring these colours together. But you can discover their warmth right now. Sydney, Australia.
Well, earlier we saw Dennis Rodman take an elbow from Karl Malone. These two guys have been going at each other from time to time during the course of tonight's game. We talked with Karl Malone on what it's like in going up against Dennis Rodman.
I'm not going to get caught up in a Karl Malone and Dennis Rodman situation. I've walked away of situations in my life, and you call everything from a wimp to things you can't say on TV. But that's fine with me. I've worked 12 years to get here. I'm not going to look back when this season, this series over with, and say to myself, God, I shouldn't have did that. Will I take some elbows and things from Dennis? Absolutely. Will I give some as this series go on? Probably so.
And both players have kept it under control, and both players not getting involved with the official. That's a good sign.
Karl rarely gets involved with the officials. Only when they're taking it from him.
Michael Jordan with a good angle jump shot following up on the Jeff Hornacek roll. So the Jazz now leads 56-54 with 2 minutes left in this third quarter. Now Russell handling up high against Bushler. Goes right at him. Pippen rebound. Kukoc running the floor.
The Jazz have gone away from Karl Malone. He's only taken 5 shots since the first quarter when he took 11.
Jordan putting moves on Isley and pops it out. Pippen the three. The Bulls 57 and the Jazz 56. 18 for Scottie Pippen. Here's Malone. Karl Malone right back. But he has not shot well. He's 7 of 17. He has 14 points along with 12 rebounds. The Jazz by 1. 1 minute to go. And the foul is against Chicago. It's an offensive foul on Jud Bushler.
Scottie Pippen gets wide open because they have to double team Jordan with the lineup that Chicago's coming with, and Isley the only guy in there to match up with Jordan. Karl Malone can get that top of the key jumper anytime he wants.
But Hornacek, a 3 for Jeff Hornacek, who has caught fire, and the Jazz now lead 61-57.
At the open, we talked about Jordan wide open.
It counts out the foul. Isley turned his head, and Jordan beat him backdoor. So Jordan to the line. That's 3 on Howard Isley.
Well, it's difficult enough for the big guards of Utah, Shannon Anderson, Jeff Hornacek, to try to play Michael Jordan throughout this offense, but nearly impossible for a point guard like Howard Isley. Not used to seeing Michael Jordan. He's getting killed right now.
3-point play for Michael. He is 22 for the game. It's Utah by 1 with just under 40 seconds to go in the third quarter. Isley for 3. Oh, Howard Isley comes right back.
He's just playing one-on-one with Michael Jordan out here. It's his lifetime dream come true. Utah, I think, should put Isley on Bushler and then put Hornacek on Jordan here.
Well, Jordan shooting over to Hornacek. Down to 15 seconds. remaining in the quarter. Utah with the ball, up by 4.
Bust him again.
Down to 5 seconds. Isley lost it. Here's Pippen, chased by Hornacek. And Pippen goes all the way. 5/10 of a second remaining in the quarter. After 3 here in Chicago. Game 1 of the NBA Finals. It's the Utah Jazz 64 and the Chicago Bulls 62.
Well, Howard Isley getting a little bit too frisky and turns it over, and it's been a terrible turnover quarter for the Utah Jazz as Scottie Pippen has really come alive.
So that's the end of the third. We'll be back here in Chicago after these messages from the local station. You are watching the NBA on NBC.
In a GMC Yukon, you may welcome a little challenge.
A little mountain climbing.
With horsepower that leads its class, Yukon dominates the road.
Even towing feels like child's play.
Yukon by GMC. It puts you comfortably in command. They are the best kept secret in the universe.
You know how to use these things?
No idea whatsoever.
Their mission is to monitor extraterrestrial activity on Earth.
Right on, fellas.
They are your best.
What's this thing?
Watch your head.
Your last.
There's only one way off of this planet, baby. And that's through me.
And your only line of defense. Tommy Lee Jones, Will Smith, Men in Black. Rated PG-13. Opens everywhere July 2nd.
Weapons. Some say it only stuns, others say it can kill. Dateline Monday.
This game is brought to you in part by Ameritech.
Joe, Speedy Messenger Service just hit a speed bump.
What do you mean? This is just great. The phone's ringing off the hook.
That's exactly why our biggest account is leaving us.
What? I don't understand.
They said they've been having problems getting through to us.
I don't get it. If they couldn't get through, then how'd you find out?
I got a letter this morning. Delivered by their new messenger service.
Ameritech, your link to better communication.
Dodge Caravan thoughtfully comes in 2 sizes. Oh, the price fits too. During the National Dodge Sale, you'll find all kinds of great offers on Dodge Caravan, including up to $1,000 cash back to close the deal. Caravan, the new Dodge.
This copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of the NBA.
Welcome back to the United Center in Chicago. Low scoring start for both clubs. Utah up 18-17 after 1. It's a 64-62 game as we head to the fourth quarter. This game 1 of the best of 7 NBA final series. Chicago outscored Utah, as you saw, 24-22 in the third quarter. 12 points for Scottie Pippen and 10 for Michael Jordan for 22 of the 24. Jeff Hornacek had a big third quarter. 9 points in the third for Hornacek. Harper for 3. That one did not look good on the release.
It's the Jazz rhythm right now. They're in control of this game. And Stockton is, oh, shoot the layup, please.
Malone. And last touch by Chicago, but Utah very upset that there was no foul called on that contact.
Brian Russell's head was last touched by Brian Williams as he hammered him to the floor.
Stockton unselfish to a fault there. Should have been 2 points.
Stockton and Anderson now in the backcourt with Foster up front, along with Russell and Malone. Jerry Sloan has done some shuffling, as has Phil Jackson. Brian Williams back in. Pippen got a piece of it to break up the pass.
Well, that's what Scottie Pippen can do for you defensively, sensing where that ball was supposed to go and timing his jump just to spoil the play, as it looked like Karl Malone had good low post position.
Here is Russell. And Harper with the rebound. Brian Russell just 2 of 8 shooting. Tony Kukoc on the floor with Pippen and Williams and Bushler and Harper. Pippen. Harper with the rebound and foul. Let's check in with Jim Bray. Jim?
All right, well, Karl Malone is going to come out of the game. Antoine Carr will go in. Karl Malone is having terrible trouble with the right palm of his hand from that nasty gash. They really can't get it to stop bleeding and pussing, and it just continues to get worse as this game goes on, and there's really no way they can cover it, Marv, because if they cover it, he'll have absolutely no feel of the ball at all. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Jim. So Karl Malone sitting down once again as Ron Harper goes to the line for the first time. Ron Harper yet to score. Utah.
Utah needs to find a hot hand and stick with them. They have not done that. Antoine Carr hits his first touch jumper. Now they need to establish more continuity. They've always gone away from the guy who's made the previous basket. Not good strategy.
Michael Jordan sitting down, getting a rest. Scottie Pippen. Well, Scottie Pippen with 22.
Well, as Michael Jordan gets a rest, the Bulls have to find some kind of offense, and it's been Scottie Pippen throughout this game. And to think we thought he was going to be well below par in this ball game, he's having a terrific one.
Scottie Pippen came in as a question mark because of that strained foot. Basket won't count. And a foul before the shot attempt.
Brian Russell defensively keeps chasing. Now, Scottie's never going to shoot a turnaround three going left. Brian Russell playing an undisciplined defensive ball game right now and is showing up back on his offense. He's a better player than that.
Foul called on Brian Williams. Hey, what's your reaction to the report by Pete Messi on Showtime earlier? Chuck Daly, the new head coach of the Orlando Magic.
Well, obviously the Magic wanting that championship experience that Chuck Daly can give you, having won 2 championships in '89-90 with the Detroit Pistons.
I thought Matt Guokas was still coaching that franchise. He'll make it fun to play there, yeah, Chuck Daly. A great coup.
We're under the same impression.
The Mitsubishi Eclipse Spider GST.
Vorrei del pane tostato.
Vorrei del pane tostato.
The perfect way to express yourself in any language.
Dove sono le valigie?
Dove sono le valigie?
Buon gusto, sei bella e parli italiano.
Un buon toast, vorrei una fetta de valigie. Ciao.
The 1997 Eclipse Spider and Coupe, Mirage and 3000 GT, the family of sports cars from Mitsubishi, built for living.
It definitely feels like it's showtime. It's a lot of razzle-dazzle, you know what I mean? Does that change your game at all?
It's my game, bro. Running the court, getting a lob from Nick Van Exel, dunking it, swinging on the rim, putting my hands up in the air like, what? Nobody sticks me one-on-one! A lot of players in the NBA be trying to foul Shaq to aggravate him. But that don't bother them, because we do that at the house all the time. Watch. Foul me. Nobody sticks me one-on-one. Nobody hack a shot. Me one-on-one. Hack a shot. I like to eat opponents, especially when they drive to the hole with a little keep finger roll trying to lay it up on top of me. What's wrong with them, Bill?
They don't know how hungry you are.
They must not have cable.
I've been dunked on a couple times.
I know. My mama dunked on me. Love the game, Bill. And Showtime is BAQ.
And BAQ stands for?
Back.
Jeez. BAQ.
BAQ. Back.
Miller Genuine Draft presents a classic moment of the NBA at 50.
Tonight we look back at the 1991 NBA Finals. Lakers and the Bulls. Game 1. The Bulls led 91-89 with time running out. But Sam Perkins hit this clutch three-pointer as the Lakers took Game 1, the first NBA Finals game in Bulls history. The Bulls did come back to win the next 4. In recognition of this classic moment, the Miller Brewing Company will donate $1,000 to the Thurgood Marshall Scholarship Fund. As you can see, the team of the 90s, the Chicago Bulls, that's the first of the 4 championships, followed by 3 more. Michael Jordan, right now getting a rest. He will make his return very shortly. Carr extends to the 68-65 Utah lead. Antoine Carr with 6 points.
Outstanding team basketball once again for Utah. The penetration, the dish, and then finally they come back to a guy who made the jumper before.
See Scottie Pippen's work, 14 points.
Kukoc shuffled his feet and they didn't call it.
Scottie doing his damage in the second half. Stockton and Anderson in the backcourt. Foster with Carr and Russell up front. Here's Foster, has the good touch. Not that time, though. Stockton calls for time. Now Stockton saving the possession. So with 3 minutes gone by in this 4th quarter, it will be Utah ball when we resume. And the Jazz up by the score of 68-65. Well, for those of you who would like to continue with the NBA Finals, we'll have a post-game special on CNBC. That'll be immediately following the game. Our entire cast will recount it all with highlights and live press conference interviews and guests as we look back at Game 1 here in Chicago. That's the NBA Finals post-game special immediately following tonight's game.
Well, one of the reasons why I think Jerry Sloan gets so much out of his bench is he's pretty much a clock substitutioner. In other words, every player coming up knows when he's going to get to play. We got Shannon Anderson, a rookie, getting meaningful playing time in the 4th quarter.
Jerry Sloan, one-time head coach of the Chicago Bulls, coached here in Chicago in 80 and 81 and 82, replaced incidentally by a fellow by the name of Rod Thorne. Had a solid playing career here in Chicago. Very, very popular player.
Rod Thorne, of course, is now the director of operations and enforcement of all the rules for the NBA. Rod always looking over my shoulder.
Yes, as player and broadcaster.
Tonight, the big 4-4, the 50 greatest players in the history of this game. Jordan and Pippen with the points. Karl Malone, a lot of shot attempts. I'd like to see John Stockton shoot a little bit more myself.
Well, I'm surprised that Utah has not run more pick and rolls. They're usually good for about 50 a game. They're not even about half that.
They went away from it in the Houston series, Matt, because of the way Houston guarded them. They haven't come back to it.
And a reach-in foul. Once again, it's on Carr. That's his 4th.
Scottie Pippen, the ability to shoot the jumper, something he's developed, and his defense has always been spectacular. But we're seeing Scottie Pippen playing on a bad leg, now playing a game of skill as opposed to athleticism, which he entered this league in quite a few years ago.
See the turnaround by Pippen in the second half. There's Pippen over Russell. Mentioned John Stockton not taking that many shots. Just 4 of 6 from the field. Bulls able to break it up. Utah with 19 on the shot clock. Here comes Michael Jordan. Jordan over the scorer's table. He'll check in with 8 minutes and 3 seconds to go in this 4th quarter. And the hand is for Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen has kept the Bulls in the game tonight. And off the inbounds, Ed Rush with the indication. Foul is called, or kickball.
Execution on the baseline out of bounds play. Karl Malone, the best passing big man, just picks him right apart, right through the arms of the helpless defenders.
A tripping foul at the kicking indication on Jordan.
Well, we saw Michael Jordan have some defensive lapses early in the first quarter, and then coming hot off the bench, made a lapse right there as he tried to overplay that underneath out of bounds play.
That's 3 on Jordan. Here's Stockton. Well, John Stockton with only his 7th shot of the game. He has 13 points, 8 assists. It's the Jazz 70 and the Bulls 65. Jordan and Harper at the guards. Bushler with Rodman and Williams up front. Harper is open for 3. And that is his first field goal.
And with John Stockton helping off Ron Harper, he has been open time and time again, unable to get a good-looking shot until that one. But Stockton, a very good help defender.
Brian Russell is gambling foolishly, and it's not paying off defensively.
Utah with the ball up by 2. 5 minutes gone by in the fourth quarter. Malone hit from behind by Williams. He and Williams in a wrestling match along the baseline.
The bread and butter for the Utah Jazz is their pick and roll. Karl Malone will slide up, set a massive pick right there, and then Stockton steps over. He's coming off thinking jumper the whole way. Again, the decision-making capability of John Stockton, unsurpassed. First free throw attempt for Karl tonight.
Karl Malone shooting 77% from the line in the playoffs. He had an 18 for 18 game in the playoffs this season. The free throw percentage during the regular season up to 76. You recall last year he was 57% at the line in playoff competition. Timeout is called with 7 minutes to go in the fourth.
There's only 2 men I trust. One of them's me, the other's not you.
On June 6th, let's do it. Hang on for the ride of your life.
Looks like we're being followed.
From Jerry Bruckheimer, producer of The Rock.
Woo! Make a move and the bunny gets it.
Put the bunny down.
Con Air, directed by Simon West.
Thank you for choosing Con Air.
Rated R. Starts Friday, June 6th.
After conquering Earth for 30 years, it was time to comfort it. Introducing the all-new Mitsubishi Montero Sport.
What are you doing?
Forgot to shave. A remarkably smooth-riding sport utility vehicle. The Montero Sport. It puts a new face on SUV comfort.
Not bad.
Hey, you missed a spot.
The 1997 Montero Sport and Montero from Mitsubishi. Built for living.
To happen. The Chicago Bulls in the playoffs, and it's time to... No, please. Please, watching TV. Please, go back. On. Oh, the game.
Grab a Miller Lite.
They're holding. Pass in the middle. To the wing.
Want to make it 2 out of 3?
Great basketball is coming to NBC this summer. The WNBA.
We got next.
The NBA on NBC is brought to you by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper bottler. Dr. Pepper is the taste. By the 97 Mitsubishi Montero Sport, the smooth-riding sport utility vehicle built for living. And by Miller Genuine Draft, who reminds you it's time for a good old macro brew.
Well, a beautiful night here in the Windy City. We're just past 8:35 Chicago time. 7 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, and the Jazz with a 70-68 lead over the Bulls.
Karl Malone coming back for one more free throw, but you look at his first and third quarters during this year's playoffs. Great numbers, good start to each half, but it drops off. That could be his hand, it could be the strategy, could be fewer minutes, could also be the collapsing defense as he punishes them early.
Well, this is not a typical Karl Malone game. True, he has resorted to more perimeter jump shooting, which will keep him off the foul line, but he's got to barrel into the basket and then get to the free throw line a lot more.
The Jazz leading 71-68. Over the last 2 years here at home in the playoffs, the Bulls have won 17 and lost only once. And that loss was game 2 against Atlanta this season in the second round. Scottie Pippen continues his magnificent performance. It cuts it to a 1-point Utah lead.
You saw that bench scoring number heavily in favor 2-1 of Utah. That's been the way for the Jazz all playoffs as Karl Malone drills that jumper.
And Longley got a piece of it. Malone with 17, the Jazz 73, and the Bulls 70. It's game 1 of the best of 7, game 2 here in Chicago on Wednesday. And then the scene will shift to Salt Lake City beginning on Friday night. Harper for 3. And a loose ball foul.
Karl Malone and Dennis Rodman getting mixed up there. They're calling a double foul here. They'll jump it up at center court.
Malone and Rodman a call for the double foul.
Well, it's getting down to that time where the Jazz have to make some important decisions as to how they're going to guard Michael Jordan, who normally takes over a game in the last 6 minutes of the fourth quarter. And it looks like Stockton is going to continue to gamble off Ron Harper and double Michael as soon as he feels he's making his move.
Well, the Jazz able to control the tip with just under 6 minutes remaining in the fourth.
Marv, this is MVP time. This is when you pound it inside to Karl Malone and let him go to work.
And here's Malone.
Or settle for a jump shot. But he is taking Luke Longley out there where Luke Longley is just not going to be an effective defender.
Turning face against the big guy. Torture him.
19 for Malone. Utah by 5. 5.5 remaining. Nice pass from Longley. Good look by Luke Longley. It's now 75-72.
Same thing. Karl Malone every single time.
Malone again on the outside. Rodman with the rebound. Good box out on Carr. Pippen being played by the rookie Anderson. Jordan posting up on Hornacek. Here comes Anderson. Shot clock at 4. And it's stolen by Stockton.
Bring it out and get something good.
The battle between Pippen and Malone.
It was so loud you couldn't hear the whistle. Everybody was playing.
Illegal defense called for the first time on Chicago.
Well, off the pick and roll, John Stockton drawing the defense to him, and a little pick and pop for Karl Malone as Luke Longley too slow getting out there. And then once again, Luke Longley too slow to react and challenge that shot by Karl Malone.
I don't know anybody in basketball who could ever guard that play by Karl Malone. That's a 21-foot jumper.
Stockton lost it. He thought he was fouled. And Jordan looking to reset. Hornacek is with him. Here comes Malone. Here's Jordan. Yes. The Utah lead is down to 1 with just under 4 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. 17 turnovers tonight for Utah. That's a team playoff high for this year. And a foul is called away from the ball, a hold on Longley.
Michael Jordan going to work on Jeff Hornacek. Karl Malone coming over to double team, but is going to overrun the play and let Michael Jordan knife inside to get that shot off. When you double Michael, you better make sure you clap it.
14 fouls on Chicago, 3 on Utah. Here's Stockton. Pass. That's turnover number 7 committed by John Stockton.
Utah needs to play with poise here.
Jordan behind the back. Sets it up for Longley. Yes! The Bulls have taken a 1-point lead. Run for Chicago. Hornacek for three. Can't handle it. Pippen does. Pippen for three. Jordan gets to the rebound, but a loose ball foul from behind on Rodman.
John Stockton down the lane. Now, you never jump to pass. He's thinking, looking, trying to find Karl Malone. That turnover, the 18th of the game, comes to Michael Jordan in the open court there, one-on-one against Hornacek. Finds the spot-up jump shooting Luke Longley. Net.
This is the Disney Music Collection.
This is Woody.
And this is my McDonald's.
Where you can get one of 3 Disney CDs or cassettes for under $4.
When you buy a Happy Meal or any large sandwich.
Like a quarter pounder with cheese.
You'll get great Disney songs.
Hakuna Matata.
Cruella de Vil.
A whole new world. Even one song from the new Hercules movie.
And McDonald's would donate money
To Ronald McDonald House Charity.
This is the Disney Music Collection.
This is really good music.
Want a bud?
Sure. Are you okay?
I'm fine. Yes.
Where were we?
Nelson reunion?
Presenting a new family of cars for 1997 from a new era at Mitsubishi.
Nelson family.
A wide range of rugged sport utility vehicles.
The Nelsons?
Straight ahead.
Red-hot sports cars and refined new sedans. Great new cars for everyone, because no two people are
Nelson reunion?
exactly alike. The new family of cars from Mitsubishi, built for living.
What time is it when an elephant sits on your fence?
Time to get a new fence.
The scent that's sweeping the nation. Men behaving badly. Tonight on NBC.
3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter, and the Bulls now lead the Jazz 76-75.
Well, terrific shooting by the two stars, and you certainly expect Michael Jordan to bounce back from some of the uneven shooting performances that he has, but an unbelievable performance by Scottie Pippen, who was very questionable, doubtful that he would even play in this ballgame. The rest of the Chicago Bulls not involved very much offensively.
But that has been the strategy for Jerry Sloan. Make the individual stars, Akeem Olajuwon, Shaquille O'Neal, beat you, shut down the rest of the guys. Now, Karl Malone's delivery time.
1 of 2 at the line for Malone. Another glaring statistic from a negative vein for Utah. John Stockton with 7 turnovers. That equals a season high as we look at the career playoff numbers of Karl Malone.
Well, you can pencil in that 27 in just about any game that Karl Malone plays, but you would expect the field goal percentage to be a little bit higher, but it's down, I think, because he has become more of a perimeter jump shooter.
Clutch free throw shooting by the NBA's most valuable player, Karl Malone. And the Jazz leading by 1. Just under 3 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Jordan posting, putting moves on Hornacek, and was forced into a difficult shot. Hornacek played him well.
Great defense by Hornacek, staying on his feet. The crowd here trying to make some noise, but really almost all you hear is the rattling and shaking of their jewelry.
Is this a commentary on Midwestern life?
You'll hear a different crowd in Utah, I guarantee you that.
Carr on the recovery. And Jordan was stopped, but Kukoc recovered. Again, Jordan working on Hornacek, this time at the other side. Jordan, will it count? Will he get the call? No, will not. The Bulls wanted it. The foul before the shot attempt on Hornacek.
And a break for Utah, as I'm sure Jerry Sloan reminded his team coming out of that last timeout. They had a foul to give, although I don't think that was an intentional one. Michael clearly had Hornacek and the double team beat.
Next foul will put them over the limit. Here's Jordan.
Yes.
Michael Jordan has worked his way back in terms of the stroke, and the Bulls lead by 1.
The double team coming too slow and not tough enough.
28 points for Jordan. We are down to 1:40 to go in the fourth. Shannon defense. Malone with the opening. Malone with the drive.
And I guess what set all that up was the fact that he has been making that outside shot, and it sucked Luke Longley right out there so Malone could get the penetration.
23 points for Karl Malone. Utah by 1. 1:20 remaining in the fourth. Jordan spinning his way on Hornacek. Rebounded by Harper. Pippen for 3. Yes. Chicago 81, Utah 79 as we approach 1 minute remaining. And the fourth of game 1 of the best of 7 NBA Final Series. Stockton for 3. Yes. The Jazz by 1, 82-81.
One stop. That's all the Jazz need right now. Their offense is in gear. They gotta pound that glass.
40 seconds remaining in the fourth. Jordan. And a foul is called on Hornacek. It puts Utah over the limit.
John Stockton, after almost everybody on the team touched it, John, they finally gave it back to him and almost forced him to shoot. Drilled the 3 like he did to clinch the Houston series. And now Jordan at the line.
Timeouts remaining. Utah has 3. Chicago 3 and a 20. Both teams over the limit. Jordan 4 of 5 at the line. And the game is tied at 82.
And Dennis Rodman coming on for Chicago for the defensive sequence, and no doubt to try to help on the backboard.
The game clock favors the Chicago Bulls. The way it is right now, they'll have the last possession if they can contain their own or control their own defensive backboard.
Down to 35 and 8/10 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. Michael Jordan missing on the second attempt. The score remains tied at 82.
It's got to be Karl Malone here. This is MVP time.
Well, Malone down at the right baseline being defended by Rodman. Shot clock is down to 5. 15 seconds on the game clock. Stockton setting it up for the 3. And Malone with the recovery. And a foul has been called. Looks like a loose ball foul being indicated by Bill Oates. It's against Chicago. It's on Rodman.
Well, first of all, it was terrific defense by the Chicago Bulls on the high pick and roll. Stockton had to go back towards his own man, forced to take a tough shot. But Dennis Rodman hanging on to that back and pulling on Karl Malone, who just wanted that rebound more than anybody else.
He's 3 of 4 at the line. 23 points, 15 rebounds, 9 and 2/10 seconds to go. Malone hit just 6 of 12 at the line. Game 7 at Seattle last year in the Western Finals. I also mentioned he had that 18 for 18 this year in the playoffs. See the numbers right there. Both teams have plenty of timeouts remaining. Score is tied. 9 seconds left. Oh, he missed the break. Rebounded by Jordan. And the Bulls
2 winters ago, we had a very severe winter out here. I had some ice damming. I called my agent. Within 48 hours, I had someone here in the driveway estimating the damage and cutting me a check. We were very, very happy. Prudential really came through for us. They were there. This is the garage door that was changed during that ice storm. My 64.5 Mustang's in here. It's a classic. So I figured I'd put it under the rock also.
Turn it up, love to pump, slam dunk. In my own lines up the net. Dr. Pepper, taste to get. Blue jean, fly machine, football hurdle, space shuttle. Free to vote, yeah. Now is the time. Now is the time. Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper. Now is the time.
Now, Jack, I'm still not making any promises. Oh, watch out for that. But if you pass your driver's test, the car's yours.
Dad, you've been saying that since I was a baby.
Let's try to parallel park now.
Cool.
The 1997 Mitsubishi Galant. Reliability other cars only dream about. The Galant, Mirage, and Diamante. The family of sedans from Mitsubishi. Built for living.
Along the course of congressmen and presidents, Congressional Country Club hosts America's national championship once more. The hole to watch, the Par 318s, which could produce incredible drama with one of the most exciting finishes in U.S. Open history. Golf's greatest championship, the U.S. Open, coming June 12th to NBC.
Down to 7 5/10 seconds remaining in the fourth quarter. The game is tied at 82. A look at that second free throw by Carmelo.
Extremely soft touch on both of them, and keep an eye on Carmelo backing up as he shot, and you should never do that. You got to hang in there on the free throw and follow through.
But that's behind you. You got to move on. They've come with Shandon Anderson here to guard Scottie Pippen. They got Brian Russell on Michael Jordan. Disciplined defense, forced the fadeaway jumper. Don't foul. Jazz over the foul limit. We're down to 5. Jordan putting moves on Russell. We're down to 2. Now to 1. Here's Jordan. Yes! It is all over. The Chicago Bulls have won at the buzzer in game 1 of the best of 7 on the jump shot by Michael Jordan. With an 84-82 victory in dramatic fashion over the Utah Jazz. Michael Jordan going right at Brian Russell and hitting on the jump shot.
Standard set play, end of game for the Chicago Bulls, and a smart play by Chicago by putting the ball in Jordan's hands where it'd be very difficult to come double team. They took Stockton away. Of course, with Steve Kerr, he had to watch him, and Brian Russell at Michael Jordan's mercy. But
Phil Jackson, so calm all the time, gets up and goes, all right, I like that guy on my team. But they got it to Jordan early, and Brian Russell stabbed at it. He didn't play the position. He gave Jordan the opening.
So Michael Jordan with 31 points and putting the game winner. He's with Ahmad Rashad.
All right, thanks, Mark. Michael, you were so businesslike all day. You knew this was not going to be an easy task, and you rose to the occasion.
Well, you know, the first game is always the toughest game. I don't care what anybody says. I think Utah came in, they played extremely well. I'm pretty sure they're going to take a more victory for today's game. But, you know, I think we had a good feel for them. We found out a good feel for them. And, you know, down the stretch, it was nip and tuck. You know, it could have went either way. And, you know, I missed the free throw call, comes down and missed 2 free throws. So, I mean, MVPs didn't do much down the stretch until I was able to knock the shot in down the stretch.
It was almost like a boxing match, sparring. You know, nobody really throwing a knockout punch till it got down to the end.
No, it was a close game all throughout the game, and, you know, it was going back and forth, and whoever made the best plays down the stretch was going to win the ball game.
Well, it is on. It is on. And we will see you on Wednesday. Great game. All right, let's go over to Jim Gray.
All right, thank you very much, Ahmad. I'm here with Scottie Pippen. Scottie, how were you able to play and manage to play through all this pain today?
Well, Jim, I spent a lot of time since Friday doing treatment, eyes, knee, kind of alternating, trying to take some of the soreness out of it. And today I was just able to tolerate a lot of it.
Now, you said something to Karl Malone just before he shot those free throws. You guys are close friends. What did you say to him to throw him off?
I said, a mailman doesn't deliver on a Sunday. He missed the foul shot.
Do you feel as though you guys were lucky to escape with this victory?
Well, we were. Both teams are going to play very close games. It's going to be tough. And it's just a matter of whoever executes down the stretch, and that's what it came down to today.
Tell us about that last shot, your thoughts as Michael took it.
Well, we ran the play to perfection. Give Michael the ball, told him don't leave any time on the clock to give him a second chance. And, he just eyed it out and took the best shot that he felt good about.
Did you aggravate your foot at all tonight, or do you feel as though you'll be able to be fine and play on Wednesday?
I feel fine. I don't think I aggravated. At certain times, I tried to do things that, I know I can't do by pushing off real hard. And I got a little pain there when I pulled back, but I'll be fine Wednesday.
Scottie, congratulations. A real gutsy performance.
All right, thanks.
All right, let's send it back over to Marv.
Thank you, Jim. The celebration continues here at the United Center in Chicago. What a performance by Scottie Pippen. Michael Jordan, 31 points, including the game winner for Jordan. The legend continues with yet another game winner in the NBA Finals. Another look, setting it up with a crossover against Brian Russell, and then hitting from the angle at the buzzer. Let's take another look at it. It was Chicago ball in possession following the two missed free throws by Karl Malone, and here it is.
Another real key was how quickly they got the ball to Michael Jordan. No wasted motion. He went right at him. Perfect execution. The footwork. He's made that jumper quite a few times. It all comes together in the finals for him.
13 of 27, 31 points, 8 assists in his 41 minutes. The Bulls take game one from Utah. We'll be back with more from Chicago in a moment.
A storm rolling.
And our final score in dramatic fashion on the game-winning jump shot by Michael Jordan. The Chicago Bulls take game one over the Utah Jazz, 84-82. The NBA Finals underway Wednesday at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 Pacific. It'll be game two from Chicago right here on NBC. And coming up next on most of these NBC stations, there is must-see TV comedy heading your way. Third Rock from the Sun and Men Behaving Badly. That's next right here on NBC. For those of you who would like to continue with the NBA Finals, interviews and post-game activities will be available on CNBC. That's immediately after these messages. So for Matt Gukas, Bill Walton, Ahmad Rashad, and Jim Gray, I'm Marv Albert saying so long from the United Center in Chicago. Final score again, game one of the NBA Finals, the Bulls 84 and the Jazz 82. This has been a presentation of the NBA on NBC.
The NBA. The wild one at the United Center, and it's over now as the Chicago Bulls beat the Utah Jazz 84-82, taking a 1-0 lead in this NBA Finals. The Bulls looking for their 5th title in wild game, Norm, as Karl Malone misses 2 free throws at the end of the game, but Michael comes back and hits a jumper at the buzzer to win it. Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. He had the opportunity to win the game, and he did. So many times he's done this, and it's no different today.
All right. Your old running mate, Jerry Sloan, coach the Utah Jazz, now at the United Center meeting the media.
I thought we played fairly decent. We got in the third quarter. We turned the ball over, I believe, 8 times. I don't have the final stat. You don't give yourself a chance to win if you do that. You have 8 turnovers in 1 quarter. And there was a couple of them was forced. A couple of them we just threw away. And if you're going to play basketball like that, then you're not going to give yourself much of a chance. They're too good a basketball team to put them in that situation. You know who's going to be there in that situation. And you got a lot of shooters on the floor. And it came down. He just made a shot.
Jerry, you found the ball with, what was it, 35 seconds to go. Did you think about calling timeout?
No.
Okay, again, excuse me, just ask, if you'd like to ask a question, please signal us. We'll get a microphone to you. Thank you.
Coach, during the last possession, did you consider running somebody over to help Brian and double teaming, or you just left him?
We thought about it, but we thought that we'd try to play them as straight as we could. Probably made a mistake. We made them before. That's why I said 11 turnovers. I think we had 11 turnovers in the second half. Those are mistakes too. That's why you put yourself in that position. Look at the number of times they got layups off of us where we weren't sure whether we were switching. When we should have been standing with our man, we gave them easy baskets because we broke down defensively, in my opinion, too many times in the second half. If you want to play against this team, you don't let them break your will with something that happens in a game like that. And a couple of times they did.
Coach, straight ahead, if you guys had converted, I guess, on a lot of the opportunities earlier, could you put the knockout punch maybe on this team?
I don't know. We know what we're dealing with here. We don't have any. We're not trying to fool anybody. We know we're playing against a great team. Michael Jordan's the greatest player probably that ever played the game. But you know, it boils down to me. It's simple things. If you don't rebound, you don't handle basketball, you don't deserve to win. And that, to me, it's pretty simple.
Can you describe whether Carl has been out of rhythm on his free throws, how he's been doing, and all the work that he's put in to improve as a free throw shooter?
Well, first of all, to start off in his career, he's a 48% free throw shooter, and he's always shot free throws pretty well. He had problems a little bit last year in the playoffs, but he missed those. I can live with that. I can live with guys missing shots. The thing I have a very difficult time living with is guys not executing and handling the basketball.
Coach, what do you think of your bench's performance tonight?
Oh, in some cases I thought we were okay, but we got mixed up on a couple of switches and we weren't sure what we were doing in that situation. And you know, that's where you have to be alert and understand what we're doing on every possession, both ends of the floor. And you know, to me it's pretty simple.
Jerry, this was an extremely low-scoring game. Were you surprised? Did you expect a little more offense in this game? And was that more because of the defense, or was it just jitters opening night?
Well, I don't really know. I don't think I can answer that question. I thought there might be a little bit more scoring in it, but you know, both teams we came off a really emotional series, and I really didn't expect us to shoot very well, knowing that we're playing against a great defensive team. And I thought it'd be tough for us to score. I expected them to score a little bit more, I guess.
Jerry, did you have plans for Pippen, and were you surprised at how effective he was considering the injury? Did you?
There was, you know, you think I followed that stuff? Great players want to play, and they usually do, and they usually play well. You know, unless there's something really, the doctors won't let them play. If they put their uniform on, you can expect great games out of those people because they don't have all the time to think about the game. They think about themselves to get themselves ready to go just a little bit more, maybe in that situation they would a normal situation. So, yeah, we expected him to play. There wasn't any doubt in our mind that he would play. One more question? Yeah.
The Isley turnover to finish the first half, how did that hurt? How did that feel?
The first half?
Yeah.
Was that the one they scored on down to the other end of the floor?
Yeah.
It was tough. You know, we probably shouldn't have gone quite as quick as I recall on the play. If I'm not mistaken, we had another one at the end of the third quarter. I have to go back and look at the film, but I think that was the one that hurt us in that situation because we went too quick on I think we had 9 seconds, came up, set the screen a little bit too soon, go down in there and turn the ball over, give them an opportunity. You got to finish it off. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Coach Sloan. Next for the interview room would be Bulls head coach Phil Jackson.
All right, Jerry Sloan meeting the media. Utah led by as many as 7 in this basketball game. Bulls leading by as many as 3, and the Bulls win by 2. Norm Van Leer knows Jerry Sloan almost better than anybody, having played in the backcourt with him for 7 consecutive seasons. And Norm, he's intense, but really a no-nonsense guy. He's very frustrated, I think, about the turnovers, as he was stating.
Well, he gets straight to the point. I mean, you can give him all the sugar-coated questions you want as a reporter and everything else. He's going to cut through it, give you the straight, direct answer, because he knows the game. He knows what's been done and not done for this particular team. And he speaks more of a defensive-minded situation than anything else. And he hit it right there. Hey, I can put up with missed shots. I can put up with a lot of things. But ball handling, mental mistakes, things like that, I know Jerry Sloan will not put up with those. And that's why he'll go back to the drawing board and that type of thing. But this team's a veteran team, Steve, and they will respond to that in a way because they don't make the mistakes to get where they are right now and continue to win. But you can't go up there and throw the ball away 8 times not in the fourth quarter playing the Chicago Bulls.
You absolutely miss your free throws as well. For those of you who are watching our IHL Game of the Week right before we cut in here on the Sports Channel Report for our special post-game show, that hockey game will be completed. You can see it at 11 o'clock tonight here Sunday night on Sports Channel. One big question going into Game 1 was whether or not Scottie Pippen would play. Scottie, who was suffering with a sore foot, was in the starting lineup but wasn't very effective at the start of the game. He was at the end. For that matter, neither team played very well at the beginning, but what a great sight this is. Muhammad Ali presenting the game ball. Of course, it was Karl Malone against Michael Jordan. Karl, the MVP of the league, over Michael Jordan, who finished second. Malone posting up Dennis Rodman in the first half. 10 points in the first half for Karl Malone. Then Michael off the screen, splits the defenders, goes in for the sweet shot off the glass. 12 points in the first half for Michael Jordan. Bulls, though, trailed by 4 at the half. Third quarter, Scottie Pippen not letting his foot bother him as he blocks the shot here. He's going to go in for the uncontested jam. Pip with 12 points in the third quarter alone. He finished with 27 points on the other end. John Stockton and Karl Malone perfecting the pick and roll. Malone with the jam. He had 14 after 3 quarters. We're going to cut out these highlights right now as Phil Jackson is meeting the media at the United Center.
Took advantage of it. Well, we just put our shooters on the floor that we thought might be necessary in case Michael got doubled, and got the ball to Michael in a situation which he had an open side to work with. And we had 7.5 seconds to go. We didn't want to take too early a shot. We got the right kind of shot in that situation. They didn't send anybody. He cleared himself for the shot. That's what Michael does well. No, I really wasn't that surprised. Utah is a very strict team. They play well. They play solid defense. A lot of times they don't like to distort their defense. And as long as we had spacing, I thought we'd get a good shot.
Phil, could you have even imagined Russell on him instead of Hornacek?
No, I wasn't. Brian's done a good job defensively on him before, and we anticipated that.
Could you have imagined in your wildest dreams Scottie being as effective as he was tonight, as hurt as he was even yesterday?
I thought he really played an excellent ball game. He went out at the beginning of the game, got us going, found out what he could do, what he couldn't do, the tolerance level of the pain, how he could control the discomfort he was under. He got 2 quick fouls, and I took him out and asked him how it was going. He said, I'm still a little tentative, but I think I can find my way out there. And it's obvious that we couldn't push the ball and run like we'd like to run, and that's one of the reasons the score was probably at the level it was at in this game. Tempo was in their favor as they could control it, with Stockton manipulating the half-court offense almost to perfection down the stretch. But I think that Scottie will be better the next time out as far as pushing the ball. The rest of his game was superb. I thought he helped us out defensively. His offense was what we needed in this situation.
Coach, it seems that in each of the game ones that you've played so far this playoff season, that the Bulls have struggled at some point in the game and have come from behind to win the game. Can you talk about the resiliency that your team has shown so far in the playoffs in game ones?
Yeah, I'm really concerned about that. Of course, we won't have another one to go through in case we win this one, but this is a team that collects ball clubs that they play against. They learn from being on the court. There's not a whole lot that we do defensively that's standard defense as far as how we're going to play things, and so we have to make adjustments as we go along. And learning the individuals on the opponent's team is what this team has survived with in the finals and with the championship runs they've made before. I think that we'll be a better team. I think Utah will be a better team come Wednesday night.
Phil, how much
farther out you get it in terms of scoring, the easier the games are likely to be? I mean, you obviously don't want to play 84, 85 games too often.
Well, you know, we don't mind the score. We like the outcome as to who's ahead at the end. But the reality is that these two teams felt each other out a little bit today. This is the first round of a 7-round match, and you know, the first round went our direction, and both teams kind of came in here a little bit tentative. I thought they probably had a little more momentum winning a game that was extremely difficult on the road, which is an unusual event for them. And you know, coming into this game with high energy and optimism, I thought that we were going to have our hands full, which we did.
Phil, how much of a concern does your offensive inconsistency continue to be?
Well, I'm not that worried about what we do offensively as much as being consistent on the defensive end. As long as we're getting good shots, guys are, seeing the basket, not rushing it, doing those type of things, I think we'll be all right. I thought there was some tentativeness in our offense at times today that bothered us. We have to be a little more decisive in what we're trying to do, and I thought we were down the stretch. I thought down the stretch we played with the purpose that we needed.
Phil, your inside defensive overplay.
Excuse me.
Only Dennis Rodman and Brian Williams alternately on Karl Malone. He didn't really have any type of a game in fouls and what have you, but what does each player kind of bring in terms of difference in the style of playing against Malone, and what do you plan to do to kind of make Malone play a little bit more defense in the second game?
Well, that really is one of the things that we have to focus on, is being, a threat offensively. Dennis tried to be a little bit the first half. He took a couple three-pointers or the third quarter. He was still looking for his offense, but in the fourth quarter, he kind of went impotent out there. I shouldn't use that word with Dennis, I'm sure. But we thought Luke did the things we wanted him to do offensively and look for it. Brian Williams was, really tentative. This is his first time in a situation like this, and I thought that it showed. He'll be better off as we get along in this series. Luke's big body is effective against Malone inside, so he doesn't get so many easy, quick looks in the lane, and we hope that is consistency that we can count on. Dennis can play the high screen role, which he did at the end of the half, or the end of the game in the fourth quarter, which we need. And Brian has got some knowledge about playing him because he played in the Western Conference. So all three of them have a little bit of experience and a little expertise that we like to use against Karl.
So, Phil, you were pretty effective defensively against Malone when he went inside, but you chased him outside where he was pretty effective. Are you inclined to just let him try to kill you from the outside?
Depends upon if he makes those shots or not. He did down the stretch. He hit 2 or 3 jump shots that hurt us, and we know that he's going to hit some of those, but that's better than getting 3-point opportunities or our team in foul trouble.
Phil, your bench again had another tough night. How concerned are you now with the performance of the bench, which has been fairly quiet throughout these playoffs?
Well, I'm really not that concerned about it. I thought Tony looked good. I thought he got the open shots. I think that he'll be better as the series goes along. Randy Brown, I thought, played effectively for us in the first half, even though he didn't play the second half. Judd Bushler does a solid job for us defensively. It's what we were looking for out there at that time of the game. It keeps our offense rolling along. So that was okay. And, I think Steve Kerr will get his moments out there, too.
Can you describe the mindset and what goes through your mind as you call a final play for Jordan so many times and kind of sit back and watch him do his thing at the end of the game?
Well, it's just a different look. It's just what are we going to do that's effective for him and creating a space that he can operate in, and what look is necessary at this time. And, everything worked well for us today. That's one of the things. But this game had all the earmarks of the first playoff championship round we were in against L.A., where we struggled in this kind of a game, and hitting a three-pointer at the end of the game like Stockton did, and Michael missing a free throw to set up a situation in which they could win the ball game, and then Michael coming back with the opportunity to win a ball game, which we didn't do in that '91 championship first game, and we fulfilled the dream this time and came through, and that's really to his credit that he made the shot that really counted.
When it happens so much. Do you get to the point ever where you just expect him to hit that shot?
No. I'm not that confident yet. All right, we're going to go at 10:30 tomorrow. As you know, we'll have a discussion from 12 to 12:30.
Okay, thank you, Coach Jackson. Again, the players coming into the interview room for Utah, it's going to be Karl Malone.
All right, Phil Jackson meeting the media. We've just been handed the final stat sheet. The most amazing stat that jumps out at you is that Scottie Pippen played more minutes in this basketball game than any other person on either team. Can you believe that? 43 minutes. Here's a guy who we didn't know if was going to start, even play. He winds up at 43 minutes, 27 points. Michael hits a game winner, but Scottie's the player of the game. Agreed?
Well, no doubt about it. I think Scottie's the most valuable player in a lot of situations down the stretch run here. He's playing outstanding basketball for this team, and he picks up wherever necessary in this part in the scoring. But more than the scoring, Steve, I thought Scottie was outstanding defensively. There's more deflected passes and steals from Scottie and getting things done on that end of the court than maybe his offense. And once again, only 2 people in double figures for the Bulls. Naturally, Scottie Pippen, Michael Jordan, outstanding scoring performance down the stretch when needed. And these two guys, once again, carried the scoring put for the Bulls.
All right, John Stockton meeting the media. He had 16 points in this one in 38 minutes. Let's go there.
Or am I?
Yeah, go ahead.
John, what about the situation, the shot Michael hit, and how did you see it coming from your point of view?
Well, they isolated him out there with Brian, and that's a tough job. Everybody knows that, and he made another great shot. I mean, it's old hat to see it.
John, given that you were in the given you were in the lead for about 85% or more of this game, do you have any lost opportunity feeling right now about what could have happened tonight?
Absolutely. There's, and not just because of that. We had opportunities to win this game. You know, against a great team, you're not going to have a ton of opportunities. You have to take advantage of the ones you get. So, sure, we're disappointed by this, but we'll be back to the drawing board tomorrow and get ready to play.
John, I'm sure the irony is not lost on you. The last two games, you've been on completely opposite sides of last-second buzzer beaters. Describe the different emotions.
Well, they're different, no doubt about it. I don't know that you can describe it. I mean, it's always fun to win, regardless whether it's a last-second shot or a 20-point victory, and it's always terrible to lose, regardless of the margin of victory. So, no, I don't think there's any consolation in it being close or any worse. It's still a loss, and we move on. Sorry. Is that better? No, no, there was no time for discussion in there. You guys came in fairly quickly.
Can you describe the discussion in the huddle before the last play, the discussion of the defensive strategy before the last play?
Well, I think everybody watching the game anywhere in the world knew who was going to take the shot, and we knew it. They just isolated it, and he made a tough shot. He didn't get to the basket. He didn't have a free one, but he made it. So, what do you do? You have thoughts about? Sure, but they isolated that. I mean, they isolate out. I think in my particular case, Kerr was off in the opposite corner. I don't think you want to leave him at the game-ending situation. I mean, it's not as easy as just doubling him. Sure, we'd have liked to have made somebody else shoot the shot, but we didn't get to it.
John, the team, the feeling nervous, still feeling confident they can survive in this series, etc.?
Could you ask that again?
How are you guys feeling in terms of any nerves tonight, and do you still feel confident about playing in this series in terms of?
I think there's a lot of things different about this whole thing than what we're used to. But I think guys have adjusted very well. I mean, we got off the bus yesterday and had a press conference. We've never done that before. But I thought guys came ready to play. I didn't see any bad effects to that. I didn't see any nervousness or unusual nervousness or anything like that. So, you know, I was impressed with the way everybody came ready.
John, the Bulls have had relatively good success with small guards such as yourself during the playoffs. What was different than what you saw today in terms of your success against the Bulls defense and particularly around Harper?
Well, I guess I don't know. I'm not really looking to have success. John Stockton having success against Harper. I'm trying to beat the Bulls, and hopefully if Harper's playing great defense, I can find somebody else, or if somebody isn't moving where they're supposed to, I can take advantage of that. But to explain why anything works generally is difficult.
All right, John Stockton has a lot of Jerry Sloan in him, doesn't he? Let's finish those highlights now again from Game 1 as the Chicago Bulls beat the Utah Jazz in the NBA Finals, 84-82. John Stockton and Malone perfecting that pick and roll. As I said, Malone had 14 points after 3 quarters. Then Michael double-teamed down low, kicks it out to Scottie Pippen. Scottie Pippen, a wide-open tray, and the Bulls had the lead. 57-56 with a minute 25 to go in the third. Then Tony Kukoc serves one down low to Jordan for the kiss and the foul. Bulls trailed at this point 61-60, but Michael had 22 points after 3 quarters. Howard Eisley then Loses the ball. Tony recovers. Up court to Scottie Pippen for another fast break play-in. Scottie Pippen would cut the lead to 2 by the end of the third quarter. Utah led it 64-62. Fourth quarter, Bulls trailing by 5 here. Ron Harper nails his first field goal of the game, a three-pointer, 70-68 Utah. Then Karl Malone setting the pick. Stockton draws a double team, kicks it back out to Malone for the jumper. Karl Malone with a team-high 23 points. Utah had a 3-point lead. Then Jordan driving over to Longley for the jumper. Luke connects. 6 points for Luke Longley. Bulls had a 1-point lead. Then following 2, Karl Malone misses on the free throw line. You see it at the end. Here's the final shot. Michael Jordan connecting. Hits the jumper at the buzzer. 31 points, 8 assists, 4 rebounds for Michael Jordan. The Bulls win it 84-82. Bulls now 12-2 in the 1997 NBA playoffs, where they've won 8 of 9. Scottie Pippen finishes with 27 points, 9 rebounds. Dennis Rodman, 12 rebounds for the game, and no technical fouls. The first time he has done that in the entire playoffs. And for those of you who don't have plans to go to Salt Lake City for games 3, 4, and 5 of this series, you're all invited to come join Sports Channel at the United Center for a Bulls bash. We'll watch the game on the Jumbotron, have all the flavor of a Bulls home game with the Lovables, the Bulls brothers, Benny, and Double. Tickets are $10 per game. You get them by calling 312-559-1212. And still to come on tonight's edition of the Sports Channel Report, we're going to get live reaction from the United Center from tonight's Game 1 of the NBA Finals. Bulls hope to protect their home court. The Western Conference champion Utah Jazz also get the questions answered from Norm Van Leer. Norm's analysis and, as always, entertaining keys to the game. Plus, we'll talk a little baseball before it's all over. Today's Sox battle with the Milwaukee Brewers was interesting, and Albert Bell has run at team history. It's all coming up as the report rolls on for a special postgame edition. Bulls in the NBA Finals.
In 1906, the Chicago Cubs were one of baseball's greatest teams, winning a record 116 games in the regular season. Their Southside compatriots were dubbed the Hitless Wonders. Yet, despite a .230 team batting average, they reached the World Series. And against the Cubs, the Sox hit a paltry 196. But Ed Walsh's hot pitching and Chips Donahue's timely hitting carried them to a 6-game victory and a World Championship. It was the last time the Sox and Cubs would face one another until now.
This 45-bedroom, 22.5-bath chateau comes complete with a full finished basement. Call today. You'll love this rustic split level, situated on a large fenced yard with adjoining servant subdivision. This Caribbean island is a steal at $89 million, with lots of extras, including your own private militia and warm, caring people.
These listings were provided as a service to our winners by Showboat Mardi Gras Casino. Cha-ching, cha-ching.
For the first time ever, the next generation of minivans are on sale. The Chrysler and Plymouth National Minivan Sale. Get $1,000 cash back on Plymouth Grand Voyager and the Chrysler Town & Country with the features you want. Or get up to $2,000 in total values on select Plymouth Voyagers with air, 7-passenger seating, and more. The biggest selection of award-winning minivans on sale for a limited time. The National Minivan Sale. See the stars of Chicagoland, your local Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
Game 2 of the NBA Finals is Wednesday night, and just like tonight, we invite you to join us as soon as it's over on NBC. Norm and I will be here with Norm's keys and analysis, as well as all the postgame from the United Center as the Bulls try to go up 2-0 in this best-of-7 series. Then they'll go to Utah 4-3. I was talking about Dennis Rodman before we had to go to a break quickly, and how about Dennis? He really played kind of choir boyish tonight, huh? As far as quietness and 12 rebounds, still played a solid game, and no technical fouls, which really amazes people.
I just find it amazing that you could play a game like that like he did. I thought he was intense. He played hard. He played well. He played defense. He rebounded all key shots, and I did everything that Dennis is supposed to do in a basketball game. But removed from the technicals, the taunting, the smacking of the hands, the clapping, all that was gone. And matter of fact, I love what I saw today. And every time I mention that, and I was afraid to mention it because the next game he seems to get right back in that mode when I say, oh man, that's the way you play the game. Do those things without all the antics, and we get along just fine. I thought that was an outstanding game by Dennis today, if we only can keep that going, because that keeps the focus on this basketball team and no diversion from there when he brings about this type of thing.
Why is it? Because they're playing Utah? Is it different from playing Washington, Atlanta, and Miami?
I think it's the fact that they need him in there, and I can add some other particular things to this to why I think that, but I don't think I have to bring it up right now as why I think Dennis is playing the way he is. I think it's last year. He's going down the stretch run. It is contract time. I don't know if that's either late or not, if you're going to bring him back, but at the same time, that's the way you play basketball. Don't need the sideshow. Dennis was concentrating on what Dennis had to do, and you need Dennis out there, I feel, if you're going to win. He also came up with a couple key, one particular shot offensively. He was breaking down. He came in within the pattern, hit the jump shot, and got it going. That's the way it should be, because I still say all this sideshow stuff that we talk about, it just hurts the basketball team in more ways than one. No calls, or just maybe a touchy call. All those are a reflection of a lot of things that Dennis does. But you know what? Let's underline the fact that he played well. He played the way he behaved himself and did what he was supposed to do. And I think my hat's off to that. Let's just keep it up because we don't need it.
Yeah, what are we surprised about seeing Houston? Maybe the bench outscoring the Bulls 23-12, and on top of that, Bulls really, again, only getting production scoring-wise from Pippen and Jordan. After Michael scores 31, Scotty has 27. It goes to Luke 6, Tony Kukoc 6, and Ron Harper and Rodman each with 4. Lack of scoring again.
Well, it's always that, and it's not a surprise to me. So it's been that way all year, and that's why I don't think they have been as effective and strong all year compared to that. But they've won. That's all that counts.
All right, Karl Malone now meeting the media in the press conference area at the United Center.
That's how I grew up, and I don't have any now, and I'm not going to use any. You know, when I suit up, whether you feel good or not, you play. And for heaven's sakes, you know, this is the NBA Finals. So what I'm supposed to do, take off? I'm not like that. It's just one of those things that you come to play, and you come to play to win, and that's the most important thing. But like I said, I don't have any excuses, and I'm not going to use any. Excuses easy. Everybody use them. I don't have any. Excuse me?
Excuse me again, please just raise your hand and we'll get a microphone to you. Thanks.
Is there anything that you learned tonight?
I learn something all the time. You know, when I play the game, you know, you learn all the time. You know, what I remember is I think it was a crucial stretch in that third quarter where we had 4 or 5 turnovers and they didn't capitalize on them. And we didn't as well. But the thing about it is everybody want to talk about, you know, if you looked at the series they had before this series, everybody talk about, you know, we let them win, you know, or we lost it. They won the game, and we're not going to use any excuse what we let them do. They won the game, and our most important thing now is don't get our heads down. You know, we did a lot of good things. Obviously, we didn't do the things down the stretch to win, and they did. And you know, me myself, I don't want to hear, do you think because they've been here before it made a big difference? Absolutely not. You know, everybody want to say that, but we didn't win the game down the stretch, and you know, those guys did, so that's why they're the champion.
Karl, your team, I mean, it's been so long in getting to this point. What were your feelings personally and your ball club in general at the outset of the ball game tonight? I mean, was there a tremendous excitement for you guys?
Well, I really liked the way we handled ourselves leading up to the ball game. To me, you know, it's NBA Finals, but the guys handled it just like it was another game. And I think when the game started, you know, we had some shots. I had a lot of good looks to start the game off, and I wasn't able to make them early on, and they wasn't either. But I don't, you know, like I said, I don't think we came here just to show up at all. And I think our team came, and if it was some butterflies, I think they went away real quick. But like I said, everybody might want to feel good about what we did. I really don't, because we had opportunity and we didn't capitalize on it.
Could you explain what it was like when the free throws rolled out? How agonizing was it for you on those last 2 free throws?
Well, it's agonizing, but, you know, I never dwell on it. You know, I will say this, you know, they were big free throws, but it shouldn't even came down to that. You know, we had some things that we didn't get done. You know, we up by 3 points, and we preached all night about offensive rebound. We up by 2 points, and they get a offensive rebound, and I think Ron Harper or Scotty hit a 3. So, you know, everybody want to look at that, and I didn't make the free throws. You know? It was just me up there, and I didn't. You know, they felt good. I just didn't make them.
Carl, there's been a lot of discussion this year about who the MVP was. Who do you think the greatest basketball player playing is?
What do you want me to say? Michael Jordan, like everybody else? Well, I think obviously it's Michael Jordan. Whatever Karl Malone said or not, it don't really matter. I think down the stretch, Michael wanted the ball in crunch time. He got it. He made it. So it's hard to argue with that.
Carl, hi. So how about the next game? Are you still be focused and try to win the game? You know what I mean? Like prepare for your team to be more confident and, you know, try to win the game.
Yeah, of course. You know, you know what? This team have been through a lot. We've been through a lot as a team. You know, we've earned this we've earned everything that we've gotten to this point, and we're not going to drop our heads. But what I do hate, though, we got 2 or 3 days between games. You know, anytime you lose a tough game, you want to jump right back into it. But the thing about it, this team show a lot of character and a lot of poise, and we're not going to get our head down and think this thing is over with. You still have to show up to play, and we're going to show up to play, and we're going to play a lot better than we played tonight.
Carl, did you see some things that you guys could, over here, you see some things you guys could take advantage of with the Bulls and the way they were playing, some things you might not have expected? You say, oh, we got this here, we can do this.
Not really. You know, we expect everything out of these guys. You know, everybody talk about, you know, the Bulls, what they do and what they do. We didn't do the things that we're good at. You know, I think early on, you know, we had some looks at the basket, we missed them. We miscued a couple times on defense, and yeah, you want to concern yourself with what they do, but what we do work too. And I think so many times you start talking about somebody else's stuff and you forget yours. And I'm very confident in what we can do as a team against these guys. You know, it's one game at a time. This series not over at all, and we're not going to approach it like that.
Carl, they threw 3 players at you over here, Carl. 3 players at you: Rodman and Longley and Brian Williams. You talk about going against those 3.
Oh, I don't mind. You know, I expect anything in this series, and what you have to do is adjust as the game go on, because each one of those guys do different things, and that's part of it. And I don't mind. You know, what I concern myself with is what I do as a player. If anything, you know, I'll be a little bit more patient. But the shots was, to me, pretty good shots, and I just didn't knock them down. But like I said, I don't really concern myself with the players that guard me more than what I do as a player and recognize what the defense do. And it's quick, and you have to do it quick, but I don't mind that.
Okay, we'll take one last question for Carl.
Carl, in this series, primarily you're going to be going up against Dennis Rodman, who really doesn't give you a lot of offense. Does it allow you to kind of gamble and kind of not take a rest, but kind of increase your options of what you might be able to do defensively for your team?
Well, obviously you can't think of it like that, because with Dennis, he's such a great rebounder. Even though I want to gamble sometime, the one time you do gamble, he get an offensive rebound, a big one. So it's just like playing Charles, you know, at Houston. You have to lock yourself into him, and then you have to worry about the offense. So that's what you have to do. But like I said, the most important thing with Dennis is try not to let him start rebounding. He can get 5 or 6 in a row on you. We did a decent job, but I think we do a lot better against him.
Okay, thank you, Carl. Michael Jordan will be next.
All right, Karl Malone finishing with 23 points, 15 rebounds, and he got a lot of looks tonight as far as who was defending him. It started with Luke Longley defending him. That was rather surprising. Dennis Rodman played him. Brian Williams played him. What about Karl right now?
Well, he's tough. He's a great ball player, and at the same time, you got to throw some different looks at him to try to disrupt what he does. But at the same time, he's a great ball player. Steve's MVP this year, and when you have people like that, you honor, especially from the forward position.
All right, let's go here. Michael Jordan now in the press conference area.
Shot the last play, please.
Well, as Phil was drawing it up in the huddle, it's just something that we've worked on all season long. I don't want to give you the name, Carl, just in case some other team's watching or maybe Utah's watching, but I was going to get the ball on the left wing and look at the clock and make sure I use 7.3 seconds, not give them any time to go back down on the other end and have a possibility to score. So as I'm looking at the clock and I'm watching the defense at the same time, which I was kind of surprised that They put Russell on me. He hadn't guarded me all day. And I just felt it may have a double team. I was looking and just surveying the defense, seeing if the double team was going to come, and the double team never came, and I knew I was in a one-on-one situation. So I was dribbling, getting ready to cross over. Once I did cross over, he went for the steal, lunge forward, which I thought was my opportunity to take one dribble to the left, pull up, and shoot a jump shot.
Michael, can you talk a little bit about Scottie Pippen's play with him not having the opportunity to really play since he injured his foot? Could you talk about how he put
Well, he gave us a courageous effort tonight. I mean, the first half, I think I know exactly what he was thinking, just seeing what type of injury he had, what type of pain or discomfort or limitation to his game he had to deal with. So he wasn't really aggressive the first half. Second half, he came out and he became aggressive, and he picked up the intensity a little bit, and he carried us to some degree with his emotions and his intensified defense in the second half, and it kind of got us right into the flow that we wanted to be in to finish the ball game. So he gave us a great effort the second half.
Would it surprise you to know that it was actually Jeff Hornacek himself who suggested to Coach Sloan that they put either Shandon Anderson or Brian Russell on you?
It's kind of surprising. I think he felt they were more of a defensive, aggressive player than he was. I was getting great shots all game with him guarding me. I mean, I felt like I used my size a little bit in the post and my quickness to get good shots. And I wasn't able to knock some of the shots down. And Shandon Anderson played me very physical throughout the game when he had the opportunity. And Russell's played me in the past, so I think he felt comfortable with those two guys. And I was surprised that they didn't have a double team on me at the time, and it gave me a one-on-one opportunity.
How well do you remember Game 1 against the Lakers when you're in a similar situation? Sure. Were you thinking about that at all tonight?
I had some thoughts about it. When we saw that we had an opportunity to come down to one shot, and I think if you remember correctly in '91, I missed the shot, and we hadn't really played particularly well. And tonight, I can't say we played, Chicago Bulls game, but we played well enough to beat us in the situation where we were. But yeah, I did have memories of what happened in '91.
Michael, over here, how much of a concern is this team's lack of offensive rhythm?
You guys have been asking me that ever since we've been playing the playoffs, and yet here we are, we're one game up in the finals. And if I sit here and say I'm concerned, hopefully we can keep winning. And yeah, it's a concern. I missed a lot of easy shots tonight. Tony hit his first couple and couldn't really get anything generated after that. And but I think to some degree our rhythm was better than the past Game 1 games. But hopefully we get a good feel for this team and we can play a lot better Game 2.
Michael, could you talk a little bit about the difference between taking that shot
with the score tied than if Malone had made one of the two free throws?
Well, I mean, you're talking about an if. A lot of things could have been different. I could have made both of my free throws. I missed one. I didn't think that I would get another opportunity after seeing Malone go to the free throw line with the opportunity to go up, 1 or 2. And he missed both. I thought he'd at least make one. I was hoping he missed both, actually, but I thought he would miss one. And when he missed both, I was given another opportunity to redeem myself. So, I mean, that's when I started to collect my thoughts and think positively if Phil was going to give me an opportunity to do that. But after I missed that free throw, I put it on an odd number. Actually, I mean, I tied the game with them having an opportunity to go up 2. I was kicking myself, and some of the pressure was off them, in some respects, because it was an even ball game, and they could go up 2 instead of, making or missing. If I made one and we up 1, the pressure of making one.
Michael, can you talk about the last shot and the options that were discussed in the huddle, or if there were any other options besides numero uno discussed?
Well, the play has a lot of options. And at that time, once I got the ball, Phil knew the options were limited. There's only one guy, and that's one of the reasons he told me to make sure I use 7.3 seconds. So I think he knew once I got the ball that, that I was going to be the option. Unless they double team immediately, then I had to move the ball.
Michael, what do you remember better, the last second makes or the last second misses?
Well, I think of the misses first, but then I think of the makes to end on a good note. So, I mean, I really was thinking about the miss until I made. So, I mean, that's a great redemption. I can't. I can't when someone's, and I can't really fathom the idea that everybody's watching the game, TV and even on the building, knows you're going to get the ball, knows you're going to take the shot, and yet you're able to come through in that situation. It's an unbelievable feeling, and I don't want to be put in that situation too often, but when I am, I want to be successful.
Michael.
Our team defense, I think we're getting a feel for this team. This team presents a lot of different options, especially with the screen and roll, which is the weaker part of our defense. And tonight I think we did a good job. We contained them, but we know we have to do better, and that's the good thing about this team, that defensively we do get better after seeing a team once, twice, so hopefully that adjustment continues to improve.
You guys are good at learning as you go along. What are a couple of things that you might have learned tonight that we'll see on Wednesday night?
Well, I think one thing we have to learn is to take care of the ball. Rebound the ball better, and have some fluidness to your offense, because the possession are very valuable in a game such as this, especially against a veteran basketball team as Utah, who really take good care of the basketball and utilizes their opportunities well. For us to come out and seem flustered and not find a rhythm to our game and really mess up opportunities offensively, we're shooting ourselves in our foot, and we got to take care of the basketball a lot better than what we did today.
Michael?
You said you were worried about the offensive rhythm, but you guys are losing something like 7 or 8 points average score in almost every series. I mean, the games.
Yeah, but we're still winning. So our defense has been the key, and we've always, and everyone who's won championships has always said that defense wins championships. If we can keep our defense consistently, we hope that at some point in time the offense is going to kick in. If not, then our defense has just got to be that much better.
Michael?
Oh, I know that. We know that. We know we can play better offensively. You got to give some credit to their defense, but we know we can play better offensively. We've done it. That's the ironic thing, and that's the most frustrating thing, is we played better offense than what we have played thus far. But I can't say we played better defense than what we have done thus far. So, I mean, that's really what's won the games for us, Just a connectedness between the players, and an understanding for the system, and to make sure that the system operates, not with your first option, not just with your second option, but even to a third option. And our impatience is certainly not giving us an opportunity to get to the second and third options.
Okay, we have time for a couple more questions.
Michael, do you want to make do you want to make a prediction about the series, since the Jazz probably have their confidence completely break down?
No,
do you think you can sweep the series?
I've never made predictions, and I'm not going to start now. I like to just take them one game at a time.
Michael, what's different with Utah's system that you see that they bring rather than the 3 teams that you've played in the East so far?
Maturity, the players that's been running the system, and the 2 factors is Stockton and Malone. They're great players, and they're like connected, mentally, in terms of knowing what each other wants to do or what they're going to do. We haven't played a team that's that type of connected, in a long time, in any series that I can remember, where, they seem so fundamentally sound offensively that we have to be just as thoughtful on the defensive end as they are on the offensive end. Yeah, I think so. But the difference is, in our offensive system, it relies so much on everyone else being on the same page. And theirs is more isolated, more individual, talented, options than what it is. We, Scotty and I, we break the system. Sometimes, yes. We have the capabilities and the ability to do that. But their system is built around their individual talents to some degree. And our system is built to where it involves everyone and alleviates so much focus on Scotty and myself.
Okay, we'll take one last question.
Michael, do you anticipate this series going like tonight's game? I mean, neither team able to get off a big run in this game, a tightly contested, low-scoring game?
It could, because of the knowledge and the experience of the teams. The two teams, they're both well coached. So it could very well be nip and tuck. But I like to think that our defense is going to catch on and be able to limit certain options that they have had in the past, even in this game. And whoever can make the adjustments from game to game is going to make the big key. It's going to be the big key in terms of success. And I like to give us, that edge. I'm not going to say we do have that, but I like to give us that edge.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Our last player in the interview.
All right, Michael Jordan, it's a 20-footer from the left wing at the buzzer. He finishes with 31 points, 9 in the fourth quarter, all 9 of those in the final 5.5 minutes of the game. It's Michael's first ever buzzer beater in the NBA Finals. And Norm, are you surprised that Jerry Sloan did not decide to double team Michael Jordan in the final seconds because everyone knew Michael was getting the ball?
Well, the minute he got the ball at the top of the key, 7.3, whatever seconds right there, I would have put a rush. That's just my personal feel because I'm going to make someone else beat me. I'm not going to let Michael beat me. He's got it in his hands. He's tough. And I would put that responsibility on someone else to take the panic shot or the pressure shot or whatever. Michael's done it so many times. This is just a natural flow with him. I mean, we knew. We're sitting here waiting. It's in Michael's hands. And we're, yay, high-fiving as we sat down to get ready for this particular show. But I guarantee you, I'd have made Kerr, I'd have made everyone else in that team has not really done this in their careers to do this. Now, only other person I might have double-teamed would be a John Paxson if he was playing, because John has done that so many times in his career, and especially in a big game. When it's in his hands, he's going to hit that. So definitely, I would have, Steve. I'd have ran right at Michael, get it out of his hands, let someone else beat me if they do indeed have the nerve to do it.
Yeah, not only at the end of the game, but what about guarding Jordan, double-teaming him throughout the game? They showed some looks early on when he got the ball, maybe a double or triple team, but mostly during the game, Michael was on Brian Russell was on Michael, and they didn't get much double team.
I don't think you'd have to do that basically with this, because you're going to get someone else eventually maybe stepping up and getting some confidence as they go along with the game. As you see right here, 27-31 points between Scotty and Michael. No one else was even near that in scoring. 6, the most points behind that, and there's a number of ball players in that area. No, I don't think I would have. I played basic defense, and Jerry Sloan's going to play basic, straight-up defense with some wrinkles here and there and golden opportunity times to do it. I know down the stretch run, though, how I could have done it, what I would have done, I don't know. But I guarantee you I'd have got that ball out of Michael's hands some way, somehow, to do this. But Jerry had confidence in his basketball team, and it did take a last-second shot to win this game. So I think they have to be sitting pretty and happy. And don't forget, it'd been an entirely different game if Malone goes up and makes 2 of those free throws at that particular time. So I think he has to be happy with his team and the confidence that he had in this team to play this defense. Steve was right there. So I almost second-guessed it. I just know what I would do. So I would get it out of Michael's hands, seeing him make so many last-second shots. That's the way I put it.
This game at 23 lead changes and 10 ties. The Bulls win 84-82. Still ahead, we're going to hear from Ron Harper, Tony Kukoc, Luke Longley, Brian Williams, as well as a couple other members of the Utah Jazz. Right now, though, let's go back into the press conference area at the United Center and hear from Lou Canellis.
All right, guys, we are awaiting the arrival of Scottie Pippen here in the press conference area. Pippen was a much more aggressive player on the offensive end in the second half of tonight's game than in the first half. A couple of reasons why. I'm sure he was feeling himself out on the court and feeling comfortable out there and didn't want to take any shots if he didn't feel like he was in a rhythm. Opened up the first half knocking down 3 of 6, then came up big time in the second half, was 8 of 13 from the floor. But for the entire 43 minutes that Pip played in this game, he played well, rebounding-wise and defensively. He had 9 boards in the contest, played great defense out on the perimeter, and also had 4 block shots. So Scottie Pippen will be making his way into the press conference area very shortly. Pippen in the locker room just prior to me leaving was receiving treatment on his left foot. Of course, the foot is the problem that he had, the tendon on the bottom of the foot. looked a couple of times like the tendon had affected him during the game, but at no time was the pain so severe that he needed to pull himself out. Until Scotty gets here, we'll throw it back to you guys at our studio.
All right, Lou, thanks a lot. And by the way, the Bulls are now 47-3 at home this season, and they were working on a 3 more wins away from the NBA title. Last year in the NBA playoffs, they were 15-3, and right now they're 12-2. But let's talk about Scottie Pippen as we await his arrival into the News Conference area. And what courageousness today by Scottie Pippen, scoring 27 points, but playing on that bad foot and so much energy. As Lou said, 4 block shots, and he also came up with 3 big steals.
Well, I'll tell you what, in big game situations, like see Scotty stepping up doing what he's doing right now because he's deserving. And you get a lot of criticism in certain areas of this country and even here in our own city about Scotty's presence on the basketball court. He's one of the best in the business, people. He's all-around ball player. He does it all. He stepped up offensively today in a lot of ways, but his defense, deflecting balls, 4 block shots, getting up down the court, playing hurt, all these particular things that he does is just game after game after game. The one area of criticism at times that I like to throw at Scotty is when it's time to start shooting more, you've got to do it. I think this part of the season, second half of the season, he did that quite well. When Michael was slumping a little bit and some of the bench didn't come up and score, the Kerrs and the people of that nature that didn't get in the scoring column, Scotty stepped it up, especially crunch time and stepping up down the stretch running the game. And he had an outstanding game, and deservingly so, because he is indeed one of the best all-around ball players in the game.
Yes, let's take a closer look at Scottie Pippen's numbers right now. A breakdown of what he averaged in rounds 1 through 3 so far of the 1997 NBA playoffs. And tonight, look at this. He's bettered everything, Norm. Minutes, points, field goal percentage, rebounds, everything but assists tonight. Unbelievable for a guy playing on a bad foot.
And also having to watch some of the tough defensive people on the other end of this thing. And the people, the situation where I want people to understand that he has to do everything. Rebound, defense, assist. There's a lot to that and a lot of energy used in a ball game. But he's at that size and he does those particular things well in each category. But the scoring part, when he steps up, that's when everyone says, well, Scotty had a great game today because the scoring steps up. Scotty has great games just about every single time he steps on the court.
Chicago Bulls 81-15 now in the 1996-97 season. Last year they played exactly 100 games. They finished 87-13. Chicago Bulls have won 8 of 9 in the NBA playoffs. And I don't know, watching the game and you hear it on the street, you hear it on the radio stations, TV stations, everyone's saying the Bulls aren't playing well. They're just not looking like the other teams of the past. And I'm going to hold that thought because Scottie Pippen is now heading into the press conference area.
Okay, we'll take questions for Mr. Pippen.
Scotty, what would it have taken for you not to play today?
Well, I don't know. It's that part of the season where, you know, you're going to do everything you can to stay on top of the water, I guess. You don't want to sink. And playing against a team like the Jazz, you want to come out full strength. I don't know what it would have taken, but, you know, I feel like, you know, going into this game that, you know, I was going to do whatever I could to play, deal with any type of pain, and I was able to overcome it throughout the game.
Your offensive numbers, Scotty, in the second half were far better than the first half. Were you feeling out the game the first and then the second half more aggressive?
I actually did. I think I came out, I was very passive. I haven't practiced. I haven't been on the court. I haven't really been shooting the ball, and I was just trying to be effective in the way I could. I think I was too passive, really. Got Dennis caught on 3 seconds in the lane, and I was turning the ball over, not really looking for my offense. And you know, it just took me a little while to feel the game out and realize what I could and couldn't do on the court. Finally, in the second half, I didn't want to aggravate it to the point that where it would hamper me throughout the series, and I was able to maintain that throughout the game. But the second half, I felt much better about myself.
Did it hurt at all in the second half?
No, it didn't hurt. I mean, I hit some soft spots throughout the game that, you know, kind of pulled me back and let me know what I could and couldn't do out on the court. But for the most part, it didn't bother me.
Scotty, with the series being formatted the way it is, does it help to not play again until Wednesday on it, and will you practice on it?
Well, it's great for me to have those opportunities, to have these pretty much 3 days to rest before playing on Wednesday, but I'm not looking forward to any practicing. I mean, I'm not, you know, saying that in a way that I don't want to practice. I think it's good for our basketball team, especially starting this series. We need the practice on the court, but I don't need the soreness. And I'm pretty sore now after today's game, and I have to continue my therapy, and hopefully it'll feel just as good today on Wednesday.
Is it at the point with Jordan that if he has the ball with the game on the line at the end, that you're surprised if he misses?
Yeah, I guess you can pretty much sum it up like that. Michael's a very effective scorer, and I was pretty surprised to see that, they didn't try to come and take the ball out of his hand as soon as he received it. But, he's made a believer out of a lot of teams, and, today, you have to give the Jazz credit. They played a great game. They had an opportunity to really put the pressure on us if Malone make those foul shots, but he didn't make them, and he gave us the opportunity to win it.
Scotty, considering how
Describe what you were thinking when the shot left his hands.
Well, he had pretty much set a back pick on my man, and I went to the basket. I knew that he was gonna take the last shot and try to take the clock down to the end, but I was trying to hold my guy back in the lane. But once I saw him release the shot, it was like, you could almost tell that it was going in.
Scotty, considering how the foot felt earlier this weekend and even up until game time, could you have pictured yourself playing 43 minutes and taking 19 shots right up until game time?
Actually, I did. I told Chip, he wasn't doing too good of a job being a trainer by making me play the most minutes on the whole out of the team. So I didn't anticipate that I would be able to play the minutes and be as effective as I was. But I was able to tolerate the pain and give credit to him, the work that we put in since Friday of trying to take a lot of the soreness out.
Scotty, how difficult is it to win a game when no one on the team scores more than 6 points besides for you or Michael?
Well, it's not difficult at all if we can stop them on the defensive end. We would love to see the other guys get involved and, we have balance scoring, but it's just not happening like that. And, at this stage of the season, you can't wait for it to happen. You have to be aggressive and go out and take matters in your own hand, I guess you could say. But today was a game where it's a different feel. I mean, this is the NBA Finals. You have to fill out your opponents. Guys have to relax and start to play and be more effective who haven't been in this situation before.
Scotty, were you surprised how active you were able to be on the defensive end, especially playing with the injury?
Yeah, I was pretty surprised. I think offensively, I had a better feel of what I could and couldn't do on the court. But defensively, I feel pretty good. For as cutting and things of that nature and doing things, going to the boards, I didn't feel any pain from that. But from an offensive standpoint, I could never push the ball up. I continued to try to throw it up to Ron and allow him to get us an offense.
Scotty, this game seemed to be a game of strengths. Michael and yourself versus Malone and Stockton. What do you envision is going to be a little bit different now since you've got a game underneath your belt with the foot and looking to come to possibly play a different kind of game the second game?
Well, my thought going into the next game is really for us to try to have more of an open game. I feel like today's game was more of a half-court game. The team that executed won the game. They had an opportunity to win it, as I said, but we have to get out and get easier baskets. We're not the type of team that's going to come down and pull the ball out and run the 24-second clock down and get a good shot. We're more of a team that's going to be aggressive. We're going to attack the basket, and we're going to shoot the ball around 15 seconds. We have to get something going better for our offense, and hopefully I can provide that for us come Wednesday.
Scotty, it seems that in the 3 previous game ones, the Bulls have had to come from behind to win, and it happened again tonight. Can you talk about the resiliency of your team in game 1 particularly?
Well, I think that's where our experience takes over. We realize that if we can keep a game close, we have a great opportunity to win, especially here on our home court. Our fans are going to support us, and we have a lot of confidence in our defense. We were so close tonight of taking the lead numerous amount of times, so we could never get over the hump. And I think that was the thing that really frustrated us the most, is that we could never get the lead and see how this team reacted.
Okay, we're going to take 2 more questions.
Scotty, I don't think the Bulls ever put on a full-court press the entire game, and I wondered if that was by design. Do you think that you can't press against Utah, that they're too quick in the backcourt for you?
Well, I think Phil realized that I wasn't able to get up and play 94 feet of defense. So, you know, I think as the series goes on, depending on how I feel physically, we will be able to move up the court defensively. It's very difficult to press a team that is going to play a half-court game because they're not going to take the ball down and take bad shots. They're going to come down and they're going to execute. No matter what you give them, they're going to pull the ball back.
Scotty, did you say something to Carl before he took those free throws?
Not really. You know, I just kind of whispered in his ear that the mailman doesn't deliver on Sunday. All right, guys.
Okay, thank you very much, Scotty.
What a great line by Scottie Pippen.
That was outstanding. That was outstanding, man. I said, the mailman doesn't deliver on Sunday. Need to come to Chicago to about delivering mail, period.
Karl Malone misses 2 free throws with 9 seconds left. Michael Jordan takes the inbounds pass from a couple of guys, and it's a buzzer beater, and the Bulls win 84-82. Let's go inside the Bulls locker room right now and hear from Ron Harper.
Get Stockton out there and the whole team. Actually, obviously a very good defensive game again by the Bulls.
Well, this was a very intense, tight ball game. They came out and played a very great game. They're a very good defensive team, and they didn't allow us to get into our transition game, I felt. But we found a way to definitely hang around in this ball game. We had some players who made some large shots for our team, and we passed the ball on to a man who shot the game-winning shot 27 times now, I guess. How many every time he shot it, and how many every time he failed, and how many every time he succeeded. MJ made a great shot, I must say.
When you were in Cleveland, you had been on the other side.
I don't want to talk about the shot in Cleveland because it still frustrates me to think about that. But I saw him do it as an opponent and now as his teammate, and I'm more happy as his teammate.
Ron, what did you guys do defensively against Karl Malone? He had 22 shots but didn't shoot well from the perimeter.
Well, we all know that Karl Malone's going to get his shots. We try to keep a hand up in his face and try to not to get him no easy shots, I think. The more we sit down and see the game and see how the guys did, I think. But who knows? This was a very tough game. They came out and they played well.
How about Stockton?
John, he's a guard who had my head early in this game. He's a guy that knows how to definitely get his teammates shots, and the way that he plays the ball game is just hard.
You only played these guys twice during the regular season. Is that maybe part of the reason why you guys both got off to rough starts early on, feeling out each other maybe?
Well, I mean, didn't nobody say this was going to be a very easy game? We know that they're a very tough basketball team, and they played a very sound game today, I think, and we just came out on just a shot.
Ron, on that last play, are there any other options, or is there just one option?
Ask Phil. I know it's not. It's the same one. You pass it to the man and let him do his thing.
What about your good buddy Scottie Pippen, who went out there and performed on practically 1 foot?
SP had a very good ball game. I was glad to see him there today. He came out, had a sound ball game, I think, and if we didn't have him, we would be here sad, I think.
You ever expect Malone to miss 2 free throws like that?
I don't know. You got to ask Karl Malone that.
When Stockton makes you work that hard on defense, does it ever...
Ronnie Harper inside the Bulls locker room. Harper with a nice effort. Had a tough time from the field, just 1 of 6, but played well defensively. Back to our studios we go.
All right, Lou, thanks a lot. We're going to talk to Tony Kukoc now. A few minutes ago, Lou was going around the locker room, and Tony got off to a real good start tonight. That was one of the first questions posed to Tony Kukoc. Let's hear that.
To start the game.
You know, how about you just getting off right away and hitting 2 threes? I mean, you seem comfortable tonight.
I tried to bring my confidence level. This is the finals, and got to come in and then just play the game. Don't worry about the things in the past. Got to forget about everything. Just come on the court and play.
Did you expect more difficulty in getting the ball to Michael on that last play?
It was the play that we drew before, during the timeout, so we had a few options, and the best one worked.
Tony, did you feel comfortable? I mean, knowing the ball would be in Michael's hands at the end with the last shot, was that a secure feeling for you?
Yeah, I'd say, yeah, I can tell that right now that I always feel comfortable with Michael handling the ball. If not him, I feel comfortable about myself taking those shots.
You look very confident yourself at the start of the ball game today. Did that have anything to do with Scotty's status?
I guess, yeah, because I didn't know until where the start of a game if I'm going to be in a lineup or not. And these games, you can't worry about things. If there is something wrong, just got to go in and then do the things.
How did your right foot feel out there? I know that we talked yesterday about it bothering you still as much as it did 2.5 months ago.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as it was. Sometimes I feel that I can move a little bit better. Sometimes it's stiff. I watched the tape and the last game against Miami, and I looked pretty ugly moving around. So I hope it's gonna the foot is gonna last a few more games, and after that I really have to take care of that.
A couple of times we saw Phil put the ball in your hands at the top of the key and spread out the floor. Is that something that we can expect to see a lot of in this series, Tony?
Well, that's the thing that we worked on, and especially when I hit those two threes, Phil gave me a chance to handle the ball a little bit more on the top, and it went pretty good, I guess.
Tony, all right, Tony Kukoc inside the locker room. Let's make our way over here, grab Luke Longley, who's talking to a small herd of media. Luke, part of that great defensive presence in the middle that did a nice job on Karl Malone.
With the job I did, you know, for the most part, I was really happy with it, for sure.
Michael's last shot, were you surprised he wasn't double deep out there?
He was so deep, so far away from the basket that I was, you know, it's hard to double team a guy when he's that far away from the basket, but obviously they had faith in whoever was guarding. Was it Russell? But that was just an amazing shot. I mean, it wasn't bad D at all. He just, you know, he hit an amazing fall away from, what was it, 20 feet?
Does it still amaze you guys after seeing?
No, not really, not anymore. We're getting used to it now.
Is this a wake-up call for you guys, even though you won? This game wasn't the prettiest on either side.
I think that would be arrogant to say that it was a wake-up call. Anytime you're in the finals, you're just happy to get away with a win. You know, you do what you can do. We're certainly not taking anything for granted.
Luke, a couple of times.
Scotty's performance today. I mean, he was against some heavy odds with the injury.
Huge for us. Just even, first of all, having him out there was big for us, and then having him play the way he did. You know, as I said before, we would have gone down screaming tonight if we hadn't had Scotty out there.
Luke, a couple of times we.
Every series so far, kind of starting off the first half a little sluggishly, and then either you guys have come out each time to win. But is it just the perseverance of this team, or is it the other team not capitalizing? In this case, the Toronto.
Well, it's probably a bit of both. I mean, that's a chicken and the egg question, really. I think a lot of it is coaching and adjustments. I think our coaches do a great job, especially at halftime and timeouts, of helping us adjust to the game and recognizing what they're doing. And a lot of it is obviously perseverance.
Can you afford to do that against this kind of team?
No. We were lucky tonight. We were lucky to steal one, but I think we usually get better as the series goes on.
Did you see any irony in this whole MVP battle that you know, people have waged over the airwaves the last couple of weeks? Michael should have got it. That Karl would miss 2 free throws and Michael would hit the big shot.
Obviously, there's a little bit of irony there. Definitely, you know, but I guess we'll wait till the end of the series to evaluate that one.
Luke, a couple of times we saw Phil put you on Karl Malone, and Malone didn't have one of his better shooting efforts tonight, 10 of 22.
Whenever I was on the court, I was on him. And
what were you doing against him, and what were the other guys doing and helping you out that really limited his shooting tonight?
I just tried to not let him get any run-out baskets. The other guys will help me with that. And then after that, I think just he's used to being guarded by by power forward, so to get a guy with a longer arm who can get a hand up more, that's different for him, something that he's not used to.
Personally, you have certain standards for your play. Were you happy with the way you performed
I was
tonight?
happy defensively. I didn't get a lot of the stuff they often do, so I wasn't particularly happy with it, but stoked with the win.
All right, Luke Longley, inside the locker room. The guy that backed up Luke tonight, Brian Williams, is talking over with the media here, so let's make our way across the locker room, grab a word or two with Brian Williams.
It's a tie game. I think there's a lot more pressure off of you to be relaxed and shoot the shot, because you know if you're down one, you have to make the shot. And even though you don't tell yourself that in the middle of the shot, it's in the back of your mind that we're down or it's tied, and and the pressure is different. And he hit it, and that's why he makes $30 million a year.
Judge Bushler and Steve. Kind of fun being part of that.
It's great being part of it. It was just, we came out kind of flat and stayed kind of flat, and we certainly didn't seem to have life, but we hung in there. And
why that is? It seems to happen every series in Game 1, where you guys come out.
Game 1. Well, I know why I come out flat, because I cook my own meals every day. And I cook breakfast, and I'm terrible at it. And I got to make my own lunch, so I got to find someone else. I told Mike I'm coming over to your house for a pregame meal. I'm certainly not getting the job done.
Everyone's going to remember the shot by Michael, but how about Scotty, the way he, picked up and played with that injury?
He really sucked it up. He really sucked it up. You can tell he's sore and he's hurting. Thankfully it's something that's soft tissue, and it's going to hurt. But I think it would hurt worse if he didn't at least go out and try and push it and try and play on it.
Brian, did you see any irony in Malone, who got the MVP award, missing those free throws at the end, and then Michael, who was shunned, hitting the big shot?
That will be the talk for the next couple of days until Game 2. And you put yourself in that position by being a great player. And, unfortunately, I'm sure it'll eat at him for a while.
For you?
It is ironic, but that's sports.
For you personally, it was a first appearance in an NBA Finals game. Feel any different out there with this being for the championship?
I didn't approach it any differently.
Did you notice any of the guys in the locker room approaching it any differently?
They're veterans at it. I guess if anyone was going to have jitters, it'd be me. But it wasn't jittery. Actually, it was real low key.
Brian,
maybe I need jitters to get out the blocks faster.
Anybody imparting any good wisdom, from their experiences, some of the other more veteran finals teammates?
Give the ball to Michael and get out of the way. It's been like certainly the wisdom for today.
Brian, what about the defensive effort on Malone tonight? How did it work, and did it work to your...
Well, I certainly tried to get in after him. They run a lot of back picks. They run a lot of things for him. So you're not going to really stop him from getting the ball. It's just that hopefully you've pissed him off and irritated him enough in getting the ball that he doesn't have a whole lot left to shoot.
The Jazz best team you've seen in the playoffs?
I would say so, yes. Yeah, certainly so, because they are certainly the team that has won, come out of the West, and garnered all the experience from that, and they're playing great.
Was it good that they got your attention tonight in that they didn't let you have any more than a 3-point lead the entire game? They were pushing you pretty much all night long.
Well, I think we trailed most of the night. We certainly, we were looking up at them, and it's certainly not a position we want to be in. We don't want to stay like that. It is been told to us that they can play with us and that they should have won this game tonight if they had made maybe one mistake less or something. It's just the way it works. We lucked out, but we were certainly in a position to lose.
Ron Harper is going to get a lot of the credit, and so are the other guards, for guarding a guy like Stockton, who uncharacteristically committed 7 turnovers tonight. What do you guys as big men do against Stockton that help out the guys, the guards?
Well, you try and get back into the lane to cut off his drives, but he's so quick that he usually isolates you, then ducks in the backside, and Malone's a great post passer, and you really have to just see the court and know where he is when he's driving in the hole.
Brian, are you guys still amazed that Michael can hit a clutch shot like that, or has it become almost routine?
Just geriatric ass? What are you saying? Well, I don't understand. What are you saying? Are you still amazed that he can do it? Because he's done it so much?
I mean, has it almost become taken for granted that he's gonna do that at the end of the game?
No. He's been trusted to take the game-winning shot over and over again, and he's failed 26 times. Don't you watch TV?
All right, Brian Williams right there. No points for Brian Williams and no points for Steve Kerr. Should we be alarmed by that?
No, for one reason. I think all year long, basically, these guys haven't had big numbers scoring, but when they do, it's a big plus. But at the same time, when one doesn't do, someone else will pick up and deal with it. That's just more points from Michael and Scotty the way it's gone. And I can talk about this and throw some criticism in those areas, but the Bulls continue to win. And that's why I don't bother and get into it too much. I just think it would be a little easier if guys can step up and start scoring and be a part of the offense, because I think it is needed to put this on Michael's shoulders and Scotty's shoulders night after night after night. I think it's asking too much, but that's the way it goes, and I've said that for a while. This year's been a very strange year by the way of winning all those games and only have two guys in the starting lineup in double figures and one other on the whole roster double figures, and that being Tony Kukoc.
Yes. They
do it with defense night after night, Steve, so that's why I don't panic too much, but it would be nice if these guys could step up and score a little bit.
Again, the play of the game, Michael Jordan hits a 20-footer at the buzzer to win this game, 84-82 for the Chicago Bulls. The guy he beat on the defensive end was Brian Russell for the Utah Jazz, and here was Brian Russell's comments about being beaten at the end.
Several times tonight. You know what that was all about, other than trying to psych him out, obviously?
Probably, but other than that, they just rolled in and out. Tough break.
Brian, how did you approach that last possession? What did you want to do?
Keep him in front of me. That was my main object. Don't let him get on top of the basket, because I have a better chance for him to shoot the jump shot than getting on top of the basket.
Did you feel you had fairly good defense on him?
Yeah, I did. I got a hand up in his face, and he just hit a big shot.
Can you take us through kind of from the huddle to when he hit it, exactly what was going through your mind, what you were trying to do and what happened?
I was trying to keep him in front of me.
Would you take the reach back?
No, I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't, because he put the ball right there, and actually when I reached, he stepped back to the side. And I guess that was a rhythm shot for him.
Does this give you guys any further confidence, the fact that you played them this closely and you were in position to win?
Yeah, we had a chance to win. We just had some tough breaks down the stretch. We had too many turnovers to start the second half, but a little sloppiness cost us the game, but we'll be all right for winning.
When you saw Kerr and Bushwick come in the game, did you know that you weren't going to get any help on that?
I didn't want any. I wanted to just try to contain him and get a hand up on the shot and don't let him get on top of the basket.
Knowing his reputation for hitting game-winning shots over the years, did you think about that more than another player?
No, I can't think about that. I'm just thinking about what's going on in this game. I can't worry about what he did in the past.
Once he raised up, what were you thinking?
Get a hand up. But sometime. Everybody, I try to get a hand up, so y'all want to answer that question. Ask that question no more.
So, Brian, can you tell me how you tried to defense Michael Jordan?
Joke with it.
Can you talk about the sloppy play? You talk about turnovers, that kind of stuff. Was it something that the Bulls were forcing your hand a little bit, or was it just kind of carelessness?
Just kind of careless, and we was just throwing the ball everywhere. And good thing they were throwing it away too, because they didn't capitalize. But we'd be all right come Wednesday.
Besides the turnovers, can you rate your team's performance? Was that stereotypical Jazz basketball?
Yeah, but we just had too many turnovers down the stretch in the beginning of the third quarter. But we had an all right game. We were right where we want to be.
Brian, did you feel once that Carl missed those free throws that the door was really open for Michael Jordan to become a hero in this game?
Well, he probably would have tried to take a three anyway if Carl would have made him, so he was going to try to be the hero anyway.
Does it make a difference that your captain, well, one of the big guns on your team, Karl Malone, is the one who missed the 2 free throws as opposed to someone else? Is it?
No, I don't mean that. I mean, he just missed. Everybody missed. Jordan missed one to tie the game, so, nobody complaining about that. But Carl, he's a strong man. He can gather himself and come back and ready to play Wednesday.
Hasn't his free throws been better last year?
Yeah.
Kind of a tough road this year?
He's shooting a lot better this year, and I mean, he just stepped up. They both rolled in and out, so what can you ask for? They just came out.
All right, Brian Russell, there's still much more to come on our Bulls postgame edition of the Sports Channel Report. Up next, Norm is back with his keys to tonight's game as the Bulls win Game 1 of the 1997 NBA Finals, 84-82, behind 31 from Michael Jordan.
Chrysler Plymouth presents Live in the Locker Room, brought to you by the Stars of Chicagoland, your local Chrysler Plymouth dealer.
For the first time ever, the next generation of minivans are on sale. The Chrysler and Plymouth National Minivan Sale. Get $1,000 cash back on Plymouth Grand Voyager and the Chrysler Town & Country with the features you want. Or get up to $2,000 in total values on select Plymouth Voyagers with air, 7-passenger seating, and more. The biggest selection of award-winning minivans on sale for a limited time. The National Minivan Sale. See the Stars of Chicagoland, your local Chrysler and Plymouth dealer.
Find hot savings during the summer sale at Menards. Add style with indoor-outdoor carpet from Surfaces. Palmetto comes in 3 stock colors, $4.23 a square yard. That's just 47 cents a square foot. Get a quality finish with Glidden paint. Spread wall interior latex is $7.44 a gallon. Spread Dura exterior latex, $8.95 a gallon after rebate. Register to win a Chevy Blazer at Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
Comiskey tailgating! What exactly is tailgating? I wanted a barbecue.
I want to go to the ball game.
So we compromised.
You guys want a bratwurst?
This is like Martha Stewart meets Comiskey Park. Just flew in here to Chicago, all the way from Tokyo? Ah.
A little hot.
It starts 2 hours before the game starts, and let's E, D, or A. It's real warfare! It's more fun than ever to park at the park.
FedEx will come to your office to pick up your 2-day package for an extra charge.
UPS will come to your office to pick up your 2-day package for an extra charge.
The U.S. Postal Service already comes to your office every day. So we'll pick up your priority mail 2- to 3-day package for free.
So, what's your priority? Switch to priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
This is the 5th time the Bulls are appearing in the NBA Finals. In the previous 4, Chicago won the first game 3 times. The only loss coming in their first NBA Finals game as the Lakers beat them by 2 in Chicago. And the Bulls went on to win the next 4 games for their first championship. With the win tonight, the Bulls have now won the opening game of the Finals 4 consecutive years as they take care of Utah tonight in Game 1, 84-82. Time now for Norm's keys to the game. No theme, but just the basics, Professor.
Excuse me, since this is one of those basic type of games and no nonsense actually out there played, there was no theme to tonight's game, so we just go with playing basketball. How about let's roll the tape there, JR. Passing the pill, we go with the first theme, and that's what this team does well. And I love to see this more often. Just move without the ball, get it to you. I think that's better for the game, but hey, this is the 90s. One-on-one seems to be the thing. There you go. See the ball, then move, passing, cut without it. Got one of the best in the business when it comes to Utah and doing such a thing. They rely on that heavily. And look at this, give and go. That is just the best play in basketball. Pick and roll, pick and roll, pick and roll, and you deal with it. A little help from some friends, and that is talking about the bench. And this bench did their job over there in Utah tonight. They kept this game pretty much in their hands for a good part of the ball game. And you see this ball down low, hitting the shot, passing, moving, and going to the hoop. I thought it was a little step there, but he got through. But the team did quite well with a little help from some of my friends from the bench. There we go. Gus, the performance. Look at that. Scottie Pippen. Yes. Just doing his thing. Hurt? Yeah. Oh, okay. If he's hurt, he sure had a game going on. Blocking shots. Getting layups, let the ball slip out a little bit. Let me see that dunk, Scotty. Go easy now, don't hurt that play. All right, there you go. I call that Gussie. He did a heck of a job. Scotty coming out, without him out there tonight with 27 points. And some key, let me repeat that, some key 3-point shots in the key situations. Now, MVP, let me throw the question to you. And I'm going to shut up for 2 seconds. Okay, let's try this one more time. Now, I'm going to shut up again for 2 seconds. Okay, now, The question is, Carl or Michael? Now, I'm going to shut up for 2 seconds. Net! Nothing but net. All right, you take the vote. You pull the machine. You deal with it. Only threw that out there for play, just to toy a little bit. It's only basketball, people. We're just having some fun with it.
Yes, another key to tonight's outcome, the play of Dennis Rodman. Very interesting because Dennis, for the first time in this postseason, did not draw a technical foul. He was a good boy, and he played good basketball. 4 points and 12 rebounds, and played pretty good D, and Karl Malone when he was in there. But let's talk about Dennis's game and kind of just being quiet and just playing basketball, which is a key.
Well, like my trusty assistant, my ever-popular David Lee Ross, we got together and we made one comment. You know what, Norm? Let's honor Dennis on this one because he played, look at him. Normally, he's clapping, yelling. All he did was get in there, get busted in the face, but tipped the rebound and came back and played ball. So we're honoring Dennis with this. Hit the shot in the rhythm. I'm talking about just the way it should be done. I just think all the added situations that Dennis does away, that's fine. Look at it. Who's been held? They even called double technical, double foul, I should say, on this play. And Dennis did absolutely nothing. But you know what I like? He kept his cool. He didn't clap. He didn't taunt. He just played the game of basketball. Now, he got him back right there with a hold. Now, most people would say Dennis doesn't do those things, but he did. But you know what I like about this? He kept his cool. He kept quiet about it. So we honored the minor keys to Dennis because I think that's the way, and I know that's the way you should play the game and show those type of responses by what he did. Just show action and look up at the scoreboard and say, look at the final score. That's all you have to do. Dennis, my hat's off to you, my buddy, because you played your off, and you did it well without saying anything. So let's continue.
One other question about Dennis. Does it bother you when he takes those threes?
Not at all in the system, and when you got it once in a while, what bothers me will bother me. Now, if you did it a little too much and we're getting out of hand, but every now and then you got to honor that. I saw Dennis play early in his career. He can score. And if you run the system and get him within the system like you saw the keys right there at the place, he gets the ball, boom, right up, and you get that shot. I think that's outstanding basketball by Dennis, and he needs to do that because you get double-teamed and everything else by way of going away from Dennis because he doesn't show that he's going to shoot. So somewhere along the lines, you got to show people you're going to shoot the ball, or if you leave me alone, I'm going to try to do something with it. So, no, it doesn't bother me at all. Now, if he misses one or two, all right, let's lighten up a little bit. Let's get the ball back into Michael's hands.
Jazz lose the game, but you have to be impressed.